rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up.
Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Waiting so patient, I'm going places, can't fake it. My heart is so cold, my energy is contagious. All the pain, I can't take it. I'm staying grounded and graceful, cause I know everything that I've been through only made me count my blessings daily. Yeah, they've been acting shady, but I don't take it personal. The memories fading, I'm enjoying the moment. I've been smelling the roses, taking time to reflect, stepping back, the truth unfolding, unfolding.
Freedom of speech.
Nothing to prove, cause I'm not the blood. So, you know that I'm true either way, either way it goes. I cannot turn cold, staying on the low.
Well, obviously, we have rapists in
if your intentions are not pure, I can't let you get too close, cause I'm vibrating high. Ain't got time for your ego, these niggas quit to turn their back. Acting like the amigos, he never cared in the shows. Wasn't with you at your lows, assuming that you gonna fold. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go, and I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know. Hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure. Only good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Only good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. You see me searching for my inner peace. I've been learning more about myself and my purpose. Truth always come to the surface. Was hurting, but I had to heal. Releasing all the pain that I always held. Been going through some changes, I'll make it still. Protecting my soul to keep it real. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. I can't lie. Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes.
Is a First Amendment right for American citizens. That doesn't mean you're free of consequences.
Bruh.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome to Friday night, August 14th, 2026. And happy Friday night, everyone. Tonight will be a special show for you, a week in review. And boy, just letting you know it's going to be drama. So if you don't like the drama, bye. See you later. Catch you next time. We're going to talk about a bunch of fucking retards, assholes, dipshits, and meth heads. And you guys should like it. Oh, and fucking smear pest cry bullies. So you guys should like it. I'm going to explain some things to you. I'm just trying to get everyone who's in the chat at least an opportunity to get thrown up on the screen here so we see everyone. Please share this. Let everyone know we're here before I start stirring the drama pot, or the shit, as we like to say. All right. So now, unfortunately, I had another show planned for you tonight. Okay, I did have another show planned. But unfortunately, our guest was not able to make it tonight and had to cancel last minute. So the show that I had planned for you will have to take place very soon at another point, because this guest could not make it tonight. But guaranteed, we will reschedule, and you will be very interested in what happens. Now, you may remember that I warned you some time ago that as we approach the appeal here in Richard Allen's case, the oral arguments, that things would get crazy, right? Here we are, August 14th, about a month out. And is shit getting crazy enough for you yet? I mean, I don't know if you've seen those YouTube streets today, but yeah, it's getting pretty crazy. And hey, it's all one group behind this. Just in case you didn't fucking realize, it's the people who have something to lose who are behind this, who we've always called the troll farm, the cranks, the meth heads, the PR team, and all of the above, okay? And the fucking troll farm and the Timu cranks cannot shut their fucking mouths, and they keep escalating. And of course, they're going to keep escalating up until the decision on the appeal is made, because they're scared shitless. They're really nervous that this appeal will be granted. And so they're trying all they can to distract us, to keep us from talking about what's important, and to keep us tied up in arguing with the unhinged bullshit that they constantly run around YouTube and social media in general, trying to spread. And so tonight I will be addressing all that. Okay, these fucking retards gonna learn tonight. Now, like I said, the objective here is to keep us from telling you about all of the crimes that occurred against Richard Allen in the attempt to railroad him to cover up the murders, the actual killers of Libby and Abby over in Delphi in 2017. So they want to keep us distracted, keep us busy arguing with them and defending ourselves, rather than explaining to the public all of the egregious things that happened to Richard Allen and bringing forth the whistleblowers who are whistleblowing on this. And it's a shame, because, hey, why should they care? You know? Now, here I sit in my little channel of 5,000 subscribers, minding my own damn business, talking to the people who want to be here. And yet I have to be called a pedophile regularly. I have to be accused of raping my own children, of hacking bank accounts, of being poor, of being an incel, of being a woman hater, of being a fucking I don't know what else, a fucking child abuser. And hey, I ask you all here, look at the screen. Is that what you see? Is that really what you fucking see? If any of those things were true, don't you think that law enforcement would do something about it? Don't you think there would be some record of that? Don't you think there'd be some fucking receipts that these people could produce to prove that there's something wrong, that I have a criminal history that must be exposed? Nope. Of course, they don't have none of that. So instead, here's what they do. They go after my children. Yes, because they're fucking pedophiles, right? They go after my children because they're creeps, right? They go after the women and children in my life because they can't impeach the things that I've done and I've said. So instead, they target the vulnerable around me. That's right. And they try to do guilt by association. Interesting, isn't it? That these very people who are protecting pedophiles, defending the Dropbox, and covering up multiple murders in the Midwest, their whole strategy is defamation and harassment. Very interesting. And some of these pieces of shit will be finding out, because the court system is not going to look at their behavior kindly. Okay? The disproportionate amount of harassment that has occurred. And lo and behold, tonight, while I sit here and speak to you, there's another fucking retard who's been weaponized against me. Because last night I decided to do a show standing up for the wrongful arrest and targeting of some podcasters who have been sitting, or had been sitting, outside of the house in Tucson, Arizona, of Nancy Guthrie, I chose to merely speak up for how it was wrong that they were targeted and arrested, and that there were swatting attempts, okay, because these people love to weaponize law enforcement. So I had the audacity to merely do a presentation that hasn't even gotten 600 fucking views, because all you Delphi retards don't care about anything else that's important, because you're obsessed with Delphi. But nevertheless, my primary stalkers, okay, and that's fucking Gibbo, who's a fat, loathsome, pedophile piece of shit, right? Who has openly admitted that his father was the leader of a pedophile ring in the UK. And a meth head named Jinx13, who's a piece of shit, witchy poo bitch, who knows she's lying about the Delphi murders and who is actively helping cover it up when she was actually there that day the murders happened, and was involved with the huge meth dealer who just so happened to work at Subaru. Right now, they are literally weaponizing another retard piece of shit, skinhead white supremacist, this guy, okay? Because they only pick useful idiots, okay? This is what they do. These fucking retards who have something to lose choose useful idiots to do their bidding because they are so fucking lame and such losers that they cannot get any momentum on their own platforms. So every time, what do? They go and they manipulate other useful idiots to do their bidding. Okay? Now, I want you to look here. C Jinx 13 sent a star for 2 jewels. I'll Be Frank sent thumbs up for 10 jewels. In the inbox, I'll Be Frank, Dirty Diana is his mod. So now what they've done, when they realize that this guy is a piece of shit covering up the Nancy Guthrie murder on behalf of a fucking Iranian troll farm of professionals who are burying the Epstein files, right? When this guy realized that shit, when these trolls realized that shit, they went over to him and they baited him and fed him shit about my fucking son and brother, all right, to try to weaponize him, to turn him with 25,000 subscribers against me. Well, here's how stupid you are, you fucking skinhead fuck. You know nothing about the alleged crimes of my son and my brother. And I hope that you continue to make yourself look stupid so after I can drop the receipts and make you all look like a bunch of fucking smearing retards that you are. Okay? Now, you love going after my brother, saying my brother was a pedophile. Well, fuck you. Fuck you. Do you know what my brother did when he was a teenager? He had a girlfriend who was also a teenager and a few years younger. That's called Romeo Juliet. And you fuckers are so fucking retarded that you don't learn the facts of the case. You don't speak to the victims in the case and the parties to the case and the prosecutors in the case and actually figure out what that was about. So you've been going around for 2 fucking years calling my brother a pedophile because he did a Romeo and Juliet situation when 30 fucking years ago. 30 fucking years ago. Guess what? My brother does not give a fuck what you say about him, and I don't give a fuck what you say about him. You're fucking retards. Matter of fact, my mother was 15 years old when she gave birth to me in a similar situation that my brother and his girlfriend had. So what, is my father suddenly a pedophile because he was 2 years older than my mother? You guys are fucking stupid. The stupidest motherfuckers in the entire YouTube sphere. And you also don't know jack shit about my son. You post up 78 charges or anything, and what you fail to fucking mention is my son pled guilty to one charge of exploitation of a minor. Do you know how old that minor was? Do you know what is considered a minor in my state? 18 years of age and younger. And you assume that it was a 3-year-old or a 7-year-old or 8-year-old? Did my son harass another adult? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. My son harassed another adult because he was in a beef with another adult, and he decided to harass another adult, which harassment is never nice, shouldn't be done. But again, you will go on and on. This shit is 3 years fucking old. Didn't stupid, fat, transsexual Marv expose that entire court document at the time it all took place 3 years ago? And this is all you guys got? This is all you got? This is all you fucking got to keep running out of your fucking ignorant mouths, right? This is all you got to run out of your ignorant, fucking disgusting mouths is something that was addressed in the court system 3 years ago and is a dead issue. You're stupid idiots. You're pathetic, okay? And it's very clear what you're doing. And if this fucking skinhead, racist piece of shit, redneck motherfucker right here knew anything, he would check as to who this fucking Gibbo is. Who is this Gibbo? Matter of fact, let me do a little something unconventional here. Let's see. If I can let's see. There we go. There we go. Let me pull these up if I'm able to. There we go. Take a moment. I wasn't prepared for this. This same asshole, okay, who is manipulating you. Wow. You know why I never told you about my dad? Because I always knew you'd use it against me at this stage. Well, here you go. My biological dad is a vile monster that beat us all and was part of a pedophile ring. He abused many and even destroyed my cousin's life through beatings and rapes. He wasn't my dad. He was a monster. So out this on your channel, attack me and my family all you want. I don't care anymore, Valerie. I'm not going to fight you. That's your mental state, not mine. So go and tell everyone on your channel about my upbringing, hiding from a monster. Every time he came around, we ran. I remember hiding in the Tonks house while he beat my mom to a pulp in the street. Okay, this is your hero. This is your hero. My biological dad is a vile monster that beat us all and was part of a pedophile ring. He abused many and destroyed my cousin's life through beatings and rapes. This is your hero? Really? This is your hero? This is your hero. Oh, look, there's another one. What does this say? What does this one say? Wow. No, that's not the one. Okay, sorry. I'm looking for the one where he says, my dad was the leader of a pedophile ring. Wait till you see that one. Okay. This is who we're dealing with. This is your hero feeding you the information. Let's see. Uh, no, that's not it either. I'm trying hard. I was not prepared to show you this, but this is your hero. And how about this other one? Let's get this other one. Let's get this other hero. Let's see. Let's get this other one. Let's see. We got this other one here. What should I search? Let's see. Carroll County, man, it's not a good place. They can sugarcoat it all they want, but there's plenty of maggots underneath. I don't know all the names, but there's definitely more than just one or two people. High Bridge is not where it happened at all. Wilson Bridge is what I have understood as the place. My husband works at Subaru. He's a robot tech. We were out there to help for a few hours that night.
Oh my God. Bruh.
Freedom of speech.
But sure, be used. Be a useful idiot. Be used by a pedophile enabler and someone who was out there that night who's a fucking meth head, whose husband was a huge meth dealer and worked at Subaru in the Delphi murders, which you know nothing about. But this is the desperation. These are the desperate attempts that this is the shit they're willing to go to, the levels they're willing to stoop to shut us up. Anyhow, those retards keep doing the shit they're doing, right? And they've never stopped because they're desperate. Look, they're a cancer in this community. They're a cancer in this community. Like I said, you see them here. What is this called? Baiting. You're giving the dirt to the attack dog. You're trying to get the pit bull engaged. So you're giving the dirt to the pit bull, right? Dirty Diana is his mod. Oh my God. And while he's literally attacking me using my brother and my son, they're sending money. Okay. So you guys see how this goes? Is it absolutely clear what's going on here? And there you just fucking meth head moron at the top, just taking the bait and running with it, being used like a fucking dildo, like the dildo he is. All right. Can't make this shit up. So yeah, I'm sure you'll see some of that out and about. Now, let's see. We're going to be moving on to part 2. Let's see. What should we handle for part 2? Maybe I should move on to Rick Snay. Okay. Rick Snay. Another pedophile protecting douchebag, Rick Snay, who got his channel taken down for displaying pornography because he was set up by Frecklejoy and that asshole Gibbo, right? He was set up. This is how they did it. They used this guy. Who's this guy? This guy's a fake webcam HD for video Omega Face Beautiful Boy Swag 2 full video number 82, September 26, 2021. Okay? So here's what they did. They set up a computer using pornography. Okay? So they got some pornography together. They got this video. Okay? They used this video to as a fill-in for the person who was clicking the link to come on the screen on the stream. They then displayed the most vulgar pornography you've ever seen. And it's kind of odd the way that this pornography was done because you know they're all skinheads, right? They're all racist. This pornography consisted of 4 or 5 black men, okay? 4 or 5 black men masturbating. So what they did, okay, Frecklejoy set up Rick Snay is what happened. By the way, you do realize, let me tell you, you do realize Frecklejoy is the best friend of Becky Patty. So let me explain how this goes. Frecklejoy, right? Best friend of Becky Patty. She was a hard guilter all the way up until she decided she needed to infiltrate the Cranks and Rick Snay and take them down. Right? So what she did, She set it up with this asshole to take Rick's channel down. And the way they did it is they let in this guy, like I said, who's a fake guy. Okay, they let in this fake guy. As soon as the fake guy gets up there, he put on a bunch of child pornography. I'm sorry, not child pornography, African American male pornography. Let it run enough seconds to ensure that YouTube would strike it down. So what they did after the stream was done, they went and the very ones who let the porn on the channel went and reported it for pornography and therefore had Rick's channel taken down. Which means at this point in time, at the very moment he's trying to promote a book, he's busted allowing pornography on YouTube. And not only that, he's also ban evading because he can't come out and admit that this is what happened. So he has to say, no, I took my channel down intentionally, which is absolute insanity. So I took my channel down intentionally. I didn't display pornography and I wasn't banned from YouTube because look, I made a new channel. All right. Now, Freckle Joy let the porn in and Freckle Joy pulled the porn out once it had gone on long enough to strike for YouTube explicit conduct or content. But they don't want anyone to know this. So Shaboogies, Freckle Joy, and Rick are all going around lying about the situation. Okay? But you know, I have no sympathy because Rick came on here after being fed by this piece of shit right here, the Gibbo, okay? After being fed the same information that this idiot is doing, right? This same piece of shit, Rick Snake came on and said, Prof raped his son. Prof raped his son. I know it's a fact because I have it in court documents. So I have no sympathy for Rick Snake. But yeah, all of that has happened. This is your week in review. It's actually a few weeks in review, but all of this has happened and everyone's lying about it. Okay, same people behind it all. And one day, everyone will figure it out. You know? Everyone's going to eventually figure this shit out. You know, and speaking of that, there's something else. Let's see. I'm going to pull this up for you. Because they want warfare. So I say, let's give them warfare. Okay? Let's give them warfare. Where is my screen share? This is how fucking stupid all these people are. Right? Oh, what do we have here, Prof? What do we have here? Oh, look at that. Sharing Adrian's content. Sharing Adrian's content. What do you know? What do you know? Look at that. Just Peggy and the pedo caught lying again. Sharing Adrian's content. And look at here. What is this? This is Adrian emailing Gibbo. Oh, it sure is. It sure fucking is. Because this guy will use every fucking useful idiot at his disposal to do his bidding. Okay? You guys tracking? Keeping up with me? Keeping up with me? To Adrian. From Gibbo. To Gibbo. From Adrian. Yeah. To Gibbo from Adrian. Okay. Oh, look, she knows how to use highlighters. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Let's keep moving. Let's see. Oh, what's this? Promoting Freckle Joy and Shaboogies. Promoting Freckle Joy and Shaboogies. What are the odds? What are the odds of that? Really? Really? Look at this. Really? Huh. Same old, right? Same old, same old. Same old, same old. Same old, same old. What's this? Defending the Chomo. Pure defense of an actual child molester. Look at this. No charges were made, but your son is a Chomo nonce. Oh, you're defending another child molester. Okay. But I'm the pedophile. Oh, look at pedophile Robin. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, look. Asking Peggy if she had sex with her own son. Isn't that interesting? Peggy's son is named Isaiah. Guess you did have sex with this Isaiah, yeah? Okay, you see? You see? But this is who Adrian is being promoted by in Shaboogies and Freckle Joy. Really? Really? Okay. All right. Really? One day, you guys will catch up with what's actually been going on in this community. But until then, you'll all be a bunch of fucking useful idiots because you have no clue what the fuck is going on. Your heads are extremely firmly planted up your asses. You can't see. You can't see because your heads are so far up your asses. You don't actually even understand what's going on in this community. It has been for years. Okay? But let's take a look at Adrian, by the way. Because Adrian is a liar. Okay? Adrian is a cry bully. Okay? A liar and a cry bully. Okay, Adrian? Now, what's being said here? Since this has now escalated beyond disagreement into repeated personal attacks, I'm going to correct the record once. Well, okay, I'll revise your correction. So let's let you correct it so I can correct you. I have now been publicly called a bitch, stupid, selfish, a fucking weirdo, and someone who deserves only scorn. Okay? Those are not substantive criticisms of my conduct. They are personal attacks. Oh, okay, let's stop there. Let's stop there. You know what was a substantive criticism of your conduct? Okay, Adrian? You never addressed the elephant in the room. I called out the conduct that started all of this that you seem to not want to address. You love to abuse the wrench. As a matter of fact, you recently, less than a week ago, abused the wrench in unified demand. And what I said about your conduct was the reason I kicked your ass out of here was because you abused the wrench in my channel when you were gifted with a wrench. I said that I decided to let Peggy and Louise back into my channel by unblocking them. And I said that you were wrong when you held a wrench in my chat and all they did was come in to my chat graciously and with manners. And the moment you saw them, you abused the wrench, you blocked them both, you freaked the fuck out in the chat, then you left, and then you went on a 6 to 7 month smear campaign. And I notice that that's the one thing you have not addressed, which was the substantive criticism of your conduct, the very thing that started this whole butthurt scenario with you. I noticed you couldn't do that. But instead, you lie and you gaslight. The email being circulated also contains context that matters. Oh, let's read this context because I'd like to say something about that as well. The email Peggy is displaying is an email I forwarded to Prof and Alex after receiving it from Gibbo. I have my original sent copy, which clearly shows Prof and Alex as the recipients. No one's arguing that, so why are we even mentioning it? More importantly, look at the copy Peggy is displaying. At the top, Gmail says the message was sent to me and Alex. That me is the person whose inbox the screenshot came from. Compare that with my original sent copy where the two recipients are identified as Prof and Alex. In other words, the copy Peggy is displaying appears to be Prof's recipient copy of the email I sent to Prof and Alex. I did not send that email to Peggy. No one said you did. Of course it's my email. I gave it to Peggy willingly. I don't know, 6 months ago, actually. If you really want to know, Adrian, I'll clear that up for you. Yeah, I gave Peggy all the shit. You know why? Because it was fucking obscene that you were working with that motherfucker. Okay, Adrian? There's no excuse in the world. I don't care what kind of fucking woman's quarrel you have going on, what kind of cat fighting you have going on with Peggy O. It was absolutely out of line that you would collaborate with someone who at the very time was going around calling me a pedophile and a sex offender. Outlandish, Adrian. Unacceptable. At the time that guy was going around lying and saying that I'm a literal sex offender and raped my kids, you were telling him, oh, thank you, Gibble. This means the world to me. And it wasn't just one time, Adrian. It was repeated communications with him that has continued all the way into this year. But you think no one knows that. How did you think, as a friend, I would feel when I saw that email? But you want to talk about betrayal and loyalty. How the fuck would you feel if the shoe were on the other foot? But you never want accountability, Adrian. Every time you are put to task for being held accountable, you turn the tables and you play victim and you make the other person the bad person. How did a copy of email sitting in Prof's inbox end up in Peggy's possession? I fucking gave it to her willingly, enthusiastically, with a fucking smile on my face. There's some more bullshit she goes into, but the real juice is here. Okay, the real juice is here in the comments. We're going to read these comments. And as you see, what's happening is Gibbo is doxing Peggy O. Okay, that's what's actually happening. This is a doxing thing all the way back in September, right? Okay. Look at this fucking essay. To simplify even further, they took something I actually did, receiving emails unprompted from Gibbo and forwarding those, and used selective context, guilt by association, insinuation to construct a much larger allegation. Oh, are we claiming, Adrian? Are we twisting things and saying that you just received emails? Because, you know, I saw some replies to those emails, Adrian. Those Peggy O emails, they sure did contain a bunch of back and forth. It wasn't just receiving. This is a little disingenuous, don't you think? As for me thanking Gibbo, a man who has publicly harassed and humiliated me, first in October 24 and then March 25, the level of harassment I was receiving from the person now alleging I harassed her, Peggy O, was so extreme that it warranted me thanking a piece of shit who had previously harassed and humiliated me. I truly meant it when I said it means the world to me. Okay? Prof does a lot of good work, but if you run into assholes every now and then, that's life. We all run into assholes. If everyone you know turns out to be an asshole, you are the asshole. It is what it is. Drama B finding him. Yeah, it sure does, because I'm triangulated from every direction. But let's continue. I just want to talk about Eye of Apophis stuff and Christina unified demand theories without dragging my friends into any bullshit, but I'll lay low for a while. Well, it seems like you caused all the bullshit by abusing the wrench in multiple chats, including unified demands. I'm looking for the other lie that I want to point out. A total fabricated and coordinated attack. No, it was not coordinated. It was not coordinated. Uh, Peggy O challenged you to tell the truth in the chat, and you lied to her and gaslit. And so when I came in to correct that, because I don't appreciate you lying to the entire chat to try to look right, then you booted me and you called it a coordinated attack. And also, I know that you laughed about it. I know that you laughed about it because you see, I am very well aware that you said, oh, you know, I booted Prof because he asked me to. Lol. I'm sure it was funny. I'm sure it was funny. Funny, wasn't it, Adrian? I had to unsub and stop watching after the Solved episode in February. Like, seriously, Jesus fucking Christ. Well, let me educate you, Queen of Swords. That episode was absolutely truthful. And if you knew anything, and if you knew what the lawyers were up to, you would actually be shutting the fuck up on this. Reese Davis will form the backbone of the entire case going forward. That's why we proclaimed it as solved. But of course, you know nothing, neither does Adrian, about what is actually going on. So of course you would say something like this. And of course, I'm going to take the sword, right, for doing something as heroic as platforming Reese Davis in a very legible and understandable way, something that had never been done before, bending over backwards to give Reese a voice and to bring out this important information. And of course, it's not appreciated. It's used as a weapon against me. Of course. Some people never take accountability for their actions. Yes, Adrian. Adrian doesn't, because all she ever had to say was, yeah, it was wrong of me to boot Louise and Peggy out of Prof's chat and abuse the wrench when I had it, and then go on a 6-month smear campaign and calling him a bad person. And then it gets really interesting. Check this out. We'll regroup and come back with bigger and better theories. Do not worry. I'm too much of the black sheep at the moment, but I'll be back too. It's a crazy week for me. Had a power outage and my routines got messed with when I went back to Illinois, so I'm racing to catch up with workflow. I have to get it in Monday, but they'll also be working on my street that day too, so it's perfect storm for me. Luckily, I'll always have the option of binging Rick and Morty, or I recently got the complete series of Dexter's Lab. I'm pretty excited just to have some creature comforts. Nancy Drew says, it looks like a coordinated attack. Completely wrong, Nancy Drew. Completely wrong, Nancy Drew. You don't know what's going on. So sad because we've always been so respectful, never doing anything to upset him and only supporting him with kind words and time. We'll keep doing it. And then comes the lie. Nancy Drew, I'm stepping down as their mod. It's too much distraction and their work is too important. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to hang with some of the coolest, brightest people in the community, including Unified Demand and Christina and their wonderful chap. I hope moving forward there's more ability to focus on what matters. That's not true, Adrian. Why must you twist it to save face? Adrian, the wrenches got taken from you. You got booted, Adrian, for abusing the chat and improperly modding. Why don't you tell the community the truth about that? I'll tell the community now. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian got demoted and booted and blocked from that channel, okay? And that's the truth. It wasn't her deciding to step down. She's saying that to save face. Fact check me. Fact check me. I think it's a mutual decision. No, it's not a mutual decision. You would never give up a wrench because you love abusing it and bullying people too much with the wrench, Adrian. Okay, Adrian, it's not a mutual decision. You got booted. The wrench was taken from you. But I love how you twist it to put yourself in a better light. They didn't want having me a target on my back either. I'll still be around. It's just not worth the work getting lost because a few individuals can't control themselves. Yes, Adrienne cannot control herself. She loves to do like Ron Logan and hit people on the head with the wrench when she doesn't like them or like what they're saying. Okay? Now, Adrian, none of this would not have happened had you not done this bullshit and you would have just told the truth. And none of this would not have happened if you weren't being promoted by the biggest piece of shit in the troll farm streets. Okay? Now, do I like it? No, I don't like it. Is that the truth? Yes, it's the truth. You guys who may have been confused and who have been confused, hopefully this clears things up for you. You shouldn't be confused. Okay? The point is, if everybody wouldn't fucking lie out here, no one would be confused. Okay? So now you know the truth on that scenario. We got Adrian out of the way. What's the next lies we got to get out of the way? I don't know. Let's check the community page. Let's see. Sharon Milburn. Sharon Milburn, Carroll County Clerk of Court. Sharon Milburn. You guys saw my community page today? Hey, thank you, David. You really cannot make this shit up. The Crank's very own favorite old lady in Delphi. The We Got Nothing But Love for Miss Sharon, Sharon Milburn, is now running for mayor of Delphi. I suppose this is her reward for helping railroad an innocent man in an effort to get justice for Abby and Libby. Makes sense, though. I guess she also helped place Nick McClellan in his position back in 2017, replacing Robert Ives. As you can see in the last screenshot, apparently she's had some political motivations in Carroll County for quite some time now. This is the revolving door of power in Delphi, Indiana, and we see the same characters continually move from position to position as the wheels of time grind slowly. But the power remains in the hands of the very few who have the most to lose. And what do we have here? Let's check this out. Carroll County Clerk Sharon Milburn seeks Delphi mayor's seat. That's right, she's running for mayor. She is running for mayor. I'm trying to get, oh gosh, come on, Prof. The hell. Why can't we open these up? I guess I'll have to move it and read it to you, or read it on my own other device. It says, all eyes on Delphi. I've got nothing but praise for Miss Sharon. She's a true professional. True professional. R&M Production says, one thing you won't see OG cranks do is put any disrespect on Miss Sharon's name. And who do you have here? Kathy Clendenning. What does she say? What does Kathy say? Kathy says, we here in Carroll County know Sharon was giving out the information to the cranks on the Delphi case, just as her ex-boyfriend Dale Seward. Stop lying, or I'll be confronting Sharon with all the proof. Maybe have her fired from that job she's been sneaking information out from. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. I think Sharon was tired of hunting for the not released ones yet, because she was finally like, I'm just going to send you everything that Jody sent me minus files that are too large to email. God bless Miss Sharon. Sharon told me it was the record Jody sent to her and the appellate, I believe. Only difference I'm aware of is the clerk's volumes don't have confidential exhibits. And so we asked Sharon, we want the 30-second video of Abigail Williams on the bridge played during trial. Hey, Sharon, we want the 43-second Man on the Bridge video with audio clip enhanced by Chapman. Hey, Sharon, we want the enhanced stabilized video of the Man on the Bridge. We want all the bridge guy shit, Sharon. Okay, we want all the bridge guy shit. Because remember, it was the Mean Girls, the Cranks, the PR team who released the bridge guy video you all believe is legitimate. But nope. She said no. So we followed up. Thank you for your response, Sharon, regarding our records request. I understand the 3 exhibits of the video were entered as confidential and unavailable for public access. For my records, could you please clarify whether their confidential designation arises from a specific court or protective order, a directive from the presiding judge, or an automatic exclusion under the Indiana Administrative Rule 9G. I'm not challenging the restriction. I'm just hoping to understand the basis for the classification of classified, confidential. And Sharon says, based on those exhibits missing from public records exhibit binders and being available in the confidential records exhibits binder, it's how I came to this conclusion. Since the public access exhibit binders have several pages simply stating excluded per rule for public access, I would say, means she's guessing, Administrative Rule 9G. If you need a definitive answer, I will continue to ask the judge what I should say. And then on October 24th, 2025, she says, the exclusions are per Administrative Rule 9 and the confidentiality requirements for the transcript preparation as dictated by the Indiana Appellate Court. The transcript and exhibit volumes have been prepared to meet their standards for filing. I did reach out to the senior staff attorney for the Indiana Court of Appeals regarding these volumes during the preparation process to ensure they met COA standards and wouldn't be returned. The above explanation was what I received from Jody Williams, as she was the one who compiled the transcript for the appeal. If you have additional questions pertaining to this matter, you would need to reach out to Jody Williams for further clarification. So you see what's going on here with the Bridge Guy video exhibits? They're passing the buck. You know, Sharon saying, it's not my fault, it's not mine, it's Jody's. And Jody's saying, it's not our fault, it's not Judge Gull's fault, it's not my fault, it's the appellate court's fault. Administrative Rule number 9G. So are we now saying that the reason the world cannot have the Bridge Guy video exhibits from trial are because of the appeals court? The appeals court says so. It's the appellate court rules that say we can't give you the Bridge Guy video? So instead, we'll have Michael Osbrook and Luke Nicholas Cohen try to pass off a bullshit version on a fucking website. I mean, I don't think we all have to go back a year or two and review all of these motherfuckers, do we? Do we really have to go through this entire scam again? How all of these motherfuckers tried to be the voice for the defense as they derailed the defense and simultaneously distracted and became apologists for all the lack of transparency from the trial court. And they tried to pacify the world with a fucking fabricated video, which they could have plausible deniability and say, oh, we just found it on the internet on some random website that we created, you know? And then so the court could then tell us, oh, we can't give you States Exhibit 200, 207, and 246. We can't give you the actual fucking info because the appellate court, through Jody, through Sharon, you know, by third person fucking testimony, we now figure that I guess we have to take Jody's word for it. By Sharon, who is literally running for mayor now for Delphi, Indiana, to replace the other corrupt mayors of Delphi, Indiana. No one sees all this. No one sees all. It's literally a RICO. We literally got a RICO on our hands, and no one sees it. I mean, I've laid it out for you exhaustively for 2 years now. And it's all these people, right? And another receipt I showed here, the final receipt. December 6, 2017. Debbie Lowe blew the whistle on this scenario. Carroll County Comet, shake up in the prosecutor's office. Now tell me if this ain't some shit. Nicholas McClelland. Republican Chair Beth Myers said the majority of the 15 precinct committee chairs present at a caucus to choose a prosecutor to fill the unexpired term of Robert Ives voted to put Nick McClelland in the position.
Oh my God!
Remember, this is how they shoved Nick McClellan in the position. Why do you think Robert Ives resigned early? So that they could do this.
Freedom of speech.
Why do you think Robert Ives stepped down?
Bruh.
So that they could install Nicholas McClelland. Do we not see how this works? Ives announced last month he plans to resign his elected post at the end of the year 2017. The Carroll County Republican Party held the caucus to choose Ives' successor. Ives' deputy prosecutor, Jerry Bean, who served as the Tippecanoe County prosecutor, has served under Ives for the past 7 years, was opposed in the caucus by McClellan. So you see what happened? Ives stepped down. His deputy prosecutor, Jerry Bean, wanted the position. He had served under Ives for 7 years. And out of nowhere came McClellan, a local attorney, former attorney for the county commissioners and attorney for Deer Creek Township. So you got to understand, who was McClellan? He was the lawyer for the county commission and the Deer Creek Township. And what happens? He gets installed in lieu of a more experienced candidate, Jerry Bean, who had served under Ives for 7 years. This group installs McClellan because he had been attorney for county commission, Deer Creek Township. And who installs him? All of these people, and Sharon Milburn. Sharon Milburn, see? Who is now running for mayor after helping to railroad Richard Allen and feeding the cranks all of the information to give them an advantaged position in order to be apologist for the lack of transparency coming out of the court, and to try to steer the public narrative as controlled opposition in the Delphi case in alleged support of the defense narrative, who also, out of everything in the world, don't want you talking about one thing, and that's Anthony Schatz, Keegan Kline, and the catfishing sexual aspect of this case. Did I say that all clearly enough for everyone to understand what I just said?
Bruh.
So I also insinuated that this is her reward. This is her reward. Remember, everyone gets a promotion, right? Everyone gets a promotion. So Sharon gets to become mayor now. Now, speaking of Robert Ives, unfortunately, we have to talk about him again. I found some footage on the YouTube streets, actually in my archives that used to exist on the YouTube streets. What was this footage, Prof? Well, I found some footage of Robert Ives discussing his love, lifelong friendship, and support of one Patrick Manahan, who is the attorney for Adam Bridge. I'll be playing that for you guys soon. Not tonight, but I'm going to publish it so that you guys can have it. Robert Ives explaining how Patrick Manahan is an amazing attorney and a lifelong great friend of his. He's known for 30 years and even went to his kids' ball games. And Patrick Manahan, right now, is the attorney who was tasked with defending Adam Bridge, who is a bigger, alleged pedophile than Keegan Kline. So I want to go into this, okay? I want to show you some things. Now, I just want to show you here let me move to this one. We'll come back to this one. Everyone, please do me a favor. Look up at the top of the page. February 14th, 2017. February 14th, 2017. February 14th, 2017. The day these girls were found murdered, brutally murdered in the woods. Adam Bridge posts, Abby and Liberty. Okay? May 25th, 2019. Adam Bridge created a fundraiser. We all know why I am asking for donations. I care what you think, so don't comment on it. If you are compelled to donate, do it. Adam's birthday fundraiser for Liberty and Abigail Park Foundation, Inc. Okay? ISP, March 3rd, 2023. August 11th, 2022. Richmond, Indiana, Police Department. These are profile pics. July 31st, 2022. Police, Elwood, Indiana. July 10th, 2023. Marion County Sheriff, Indiana. Why is he so supportive of law enforcement? Using these as his profile photos. Are we pretending to be law enforcement or something? Okay. Now, I hope New Day's here. I hope it's a New Day's here. I got something for her now, specifically. So let me pull this up. Let's see. This is something I worked on with someone. I want to just acknowledge that this person does not want to be named because they know they will be targeted for this. Okay. So this person doesn't want to be named, but I want them to know that I'm acknowledging their help with this. But I need to show you something. And this was a 50-50 project here. So there's a group on Facebook, okay? It's called Carroll County, Indiana Rocks. You see the group? Carroll County, Indiana Rocks, okay? And as you can see here, Adam Bridge is a member of Carroll County, Indiana Rocks. And note the date here. Since April 23rd of 2017. Since April 23rd of 2017. Adam Bridge is a member of Carroll County, Indiana Rocks. This group here. We are painting rocks to hide all over Carroll County to spread joy and brighten people's day. Okay? So let me show you a few things from this group. June 19th, 2017. Found at Flora United Methodist Church, Abbey Libby. Okay, and there's a reason we're doing this. Okay, Abbey Libby rocks. June 19th, 2017. All right. Got this weird photo. Found this morning down by the children at Flora United Methodist Church. So August 31st, 2017. Found this morning done by the children at Flora United Methodist Church. And what is this? Geocaching is fun. It's called a geocaching. It's like a hunt there.
Oh my God. Bruh.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park.
Freedom of speech.
It's called a geocaching. It's like a hunt. There are around 300, some in the Carroll County area. What do we do with it? www.geocaching.com/play. Put something in, sign your name, put it back where you found it.
Bruh.
I think Adam Bridge was into geocaching, y'all. Clearly. He calls it like a hunt. He knows the website. You can see when this was 8 years ago. 8 years ago, right at the time of the murders. He's doing the rock hunts, the rocks. The tie-dye Easter bunny. Tie-dye Easter bunny. So there's more. Since we're talking about the week in review, let's go back a bit and talk about some other things this week. The trash. Okay, the trash. The trash. Interesting, right? The trash. The trash has come out and said, you know what? No, he's full of shit. No, he's lying. No, he's making it up. Defending Keegan Kline, a pedophile. Anthony Schatz. Well, their current take is that Noe is now making some shit up after he heard Reese's story. But see, what they don't realize is that's a bad angle to take. Because Noe told me and Ruckus this fucking story 3 years ago before Reese came out. Noe told David Vito and Detective Kendall this story right when he got out. Noe wrote this story down with 14 or 15 bullet points and handed it over to law enforcement. This story that Noe is telling, he's just decided to tell you guys that fucking story. To put it out there, so to speak. But what they've done now, because now they're going to call Noe a liar and they're going to double down on the attacks against Noe. And they're also interfering with Reese and calling Reese and trying to get him turned against Noe. Mm-hmm. These women interfering with the case. So I figured, you know what? Since they want to lie about Noe. They are trying to silence that, right? So in other words, they don't want, it's like they don't want the information that Noe's relaying to be out here. So I thought, hey, I can give it to you all then. Fuck it. Let's double down on it. Since this is the game we're going to play. Let's double down on that. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to force you to listen to the story again. And that way I can join you in the chat and not have to be talking the whole time. But we're going to listen to Noe do this now. Because listen, the reason we're at the center of all these attacks that you're seeing and you're going to continue to see is because they don't want the real information out. And the real information points to Keegan Kline, Ron Logan, Tony Kline, and others from the Frank's Memorandum. That's what they don't want being discussed. Because when you start looking that direction, you discover the drop box. That these girls were targeted sexually, they were lured, they were trapped, and they were exploited, then brutally murdered. And they don't want you to know that. They want you to think this is a lone wolf killer. Yeah, even the cranks. Well, thanks for joining us. I know that you wanted to share some things, so I'm not going to delay things very much. I'm going to give you the floor, and
Thank
I'm
you.
so glad for you to join us in this particular episode.
Yeah, yeah, interesting. I would like to say hello to your audience, everybody. Um, you guys, I see a lot of people, so I'm just gonna say hi to everyone at once and get to it. Uh, for the longest time, I had convinced myself, and I had told even you or any of the other YouTube creators, etc., that I wouldn't talk about my my interview with David Vito. Um, I only talked about my interactions with Kagan while in custody at the Miami County facility in Peru, right? So I did that for a minute, and then I guess I got distracted, and that's what people wanted me to think about something else so that I wouldn't talk about Kagan. So I was thinking, like it's time that I talk about what Kagan shared with me, and consequently, I shared with Detective Detective David Vito, and it's the story that Kagan shared, the same story that Kagan shared with Reese Davis. Um, and I remember that when I first knew that Kagan was a person of interest in the Delphi murders, like I thought immediately that if I was able to get anything out of him that would help solve the murders of two young girls, I would I would do it. Like I would turn confidential informant. Um, as we all know, I have a close friend who is a veteran and retired ISP, Indiana State Police decorated uh, officer, and retired. And I knew that somehow, it would be easy to relay any crucial information to help solve the murder of these kids. And it took a few days. The first day, uh, I just let it ride. I let it simmer and settle in my brain. But in a few days, when I had interaction with Kagan, and I could talk to him, and my goal was to get him one on one. Like in the day room when everybody's asleep. And I used to get up early and draw and watch the news. And sure enough, Kagan started coming out to the day room, and his wasn't by choice. He had to, because they would come and get him every morning. I'm talking about July of 2022. So there, towards the end of July and the month of August, um, he would he would go leave the facility every day. And that's when I took the opportunity to talk to him, when he would come out to the day room and sit by himself and wait for the cops to come and get him. So this was during the Wabash River search. And the way I approached Kagan was I started talking immediately about drugs. Um, I I pretty much told him that I was there for drugs, and that was my, my downfall. It seemed like, every other year, every whatever, every 2, 3 years or 4 years, I would end up back into like getting in trouble for drugs, right? And and that conversation turned into drug dealing, okay, hustling. So I asked Kagan how much how much weed was the most weed he's ever seen, or dope, or what kind of dope. And he told me that he was a hustler, and he had a bunch of connections, and he could get anything, from heroin to marijuana to cocaine, crack. Um, and also he was into the streets hustling. He could get anything from guns to phones, electronic devices, laptops, computers. Um, so it turned into a drug dealing conversation. And he said that the most the most weed he'd seen, had in his hands, was a quarter pound.
Small
And I
potatoes, small
and
potatoes.
and I looked at him, and I said, me, my memory, the most dope that I've ever had in my hands and possessed was 1,600 pounds at Boca Chica Beach in Brownsville, Texas. And that that load ended up in McAllen and Raymondville, Texas, and essentially found its way to Atlanta, um, Lake Wales, Florida, and Chicago. And he had, he was like, "Oh, holy
What we
shit,
call that is the cartel highway.
you're moving heavy shit." And I said, "Well, I'm retired. I seem to get in trouble for it, so it's time. I just work. Presently, I work in shipping and receiving at a factory company here in North Central Indiana. So that was how I was able to. I hate to say it, but like, get him to trust me, and switch the talk from like, let's play this game on the table, to let's talk criminal, right? And and I left it at that, and days went by, and he, I mean, a few days went by, and I caught him again, and I said to him, um, so what's going on with this Reaver thing, right? And I acted like, it was cool to talk to me. And I asked him, why are you leaving the block every morning? You want to tell me about this River thing? And he said, he told me that they were investigating him for a double homicide in Delphi, Indiana, and that he was helping the cops with, finding some things that were used in these murders. But he he told me that he only knew the people who were involved, and that's why they were interviewing him and taking him out and asking him to assist, because he knew the people involved. Okay. And so I said, who's this, who you're talking about? And he said, well, the person. Now, let's go back to summer of 2022. I don't know anything about the case. I've only heard about it once in 2017 when it first happened. And I don't know anything. I don't know about YouTube, what's going on YouTube. I don't know about live streams and none of this shit, right? Or any of the shows that were out then, which was like Sonny Justice and these people, Rick Snake, who were covering the case. All I knew was that I'm talking to this motherfucker that he is a person of interest in the murder of two little girls. And that's the way I see it because, like I think, well, I have a niece who's their age. Um, I coached dozens and dozens of kids here who were just like Libby and Abby. I coached them in soccer year after year after year in many communities around here. So I'm like, this dude right here, I got to get as much as I can, and I got to figure out a way to get him to trust me. Well, anyway, he tells me that his dad is friends with the person, the owner, the property owner of where they found the bodies. Okay. And so I'm like, okay, so then tell me about the investigation. What do they want from you? Well, they think that they threw some items related to the murders in the river, and I'm helping them like point out the location or the area because I'm from Peru, Indiana. And of course, he incriminated his dad. Of course, he said, and his dad is a friend of the property owner. So to me, when he told me that, he shared that with me. I was like, holy cow! So this dude is opening up, right? He's like actually now put in a connection between at least his dad or his family. He described it as a family friend of his father. That's to use the correct term or the right term that he used. And so anyway, then he started talking about immunity. Okay, and by this time, I guess I'm talking about maybe more towards middle of August, second half of August, somewhere in there. Um, I can't exactly remember when the river search ended, but I'm pretty sure it was right in the middle of it when he came in and he said, now at this time I was with a group of people, and he told me and several others that they had offered him immunity if he just shared all the information he knew about the people who were involved with these murders. So when it came with Kagan and me, he would always use like a third person involved, but it's like a mystery person, right? Even though he's mentioned his father. And at that time, I didn't know that the owner of the property owner was Ron Logan. I just knew him as the owner of the property where the girls were found dead, and him and these other people that are involved, right? So I left it at that, but it was pretty interesting to know that, okay, so immunity for what? Like what do you mean immunity for what? Like what did you do? Or so that was the next angle that I was going to explore, but I couldn't do that in front of people, so I would wait till the morning when he came out, and he was waiting for the cops to come get him, and I asked him, okay, can you tell me a little bit about what these other people that you're talking about, like what was their goal, their what was their goal, what were they after, um how did they decide that two girls were going to be the targets? So I started thinking in that, like, like questions that I guess a cop would ask. I don't know. So I asked him clearly. I said, why were you guys, was this group reaching out to like 13-year-old kids, and he told me that they were they were doing they were carrying out perverted fantasies with kids that age, and that that's why those kids were sent out there to the bridge. And when I asked him, so how did the kids know to get to the bridge? He said, my dad. My dad arranged the kids to come out there thinking that it was another person, right? In other words, he lured the kids out there, Abby and Libby, and he made them believe that they were going to meet someone else. That's how he explained it to me, okay? And he told me clearly that that was his father who did that. Um, so, so then when he would bring up the others, you know, there were others involved. There were other people who were doing this, you know, who had also had these fantasies, and it was like something that it was like a business. He made it sound like, right? And I said to him, um, so what happened? You know, what happened that day? How did everything turn out? And here's what he told me next is kind of like it reminds me of Reese's story, because he said, okay, well, we went out to Delphi. We They were in Delphi, okay, and they went out to meet the family friend, and his dad and the family friend and others were supposed to be in luring these girls, okay, and then his role was to sit in a car at the cemetery, okay, and then when the girls were intercepted and taken, they reconvened, and his dad and the property owner and these others, okay, at the very least one, because at you know how I thought that that other person missing was Richard Allen back in the beginning, back in September, you know. So I can see why he might have, you know, Reese might have had the same, you know, gotten confused and had that same thought. But when you look back, you know, like when you put everything, I'm just gonna say it how they say it. When you put the totality of the things that Kagan said, and the totality of what they did not find on Richard, you can tell that Richard was not the other person that Kagan mentions, at least in my story. Um, so yeah, he said that they took the girls, and to me, I never heard the word cabin. I never heard the word shack or barn. I heard the word shed. And he said the girls were taken and put in a shed. And then these perverted fantasies were performed. Okay. And then um the girls were something went wrong, and the girls were killed. And his main role, okay, was to dump them. And that's the exact word he used. He said, I helped them in dumping them. So when I heard Reese's story about the wheelbarrow and them being dumped, that immediately made me think of Kagan, the story that Kagan told me. I mean, I didn't know any details about the wagon, the I mean the wheelbarrow and or the print on the tire marks on the ground, but the word dump, it just kind of like it rang rang to me like, man, this totally makes sense. That's what Kagan meant when he told me that he helped in the dumping. Well, I believe that. Um, oh, I'm not here to tell you my opinion. I'm here to tell you what happened. So, okay. Um, so now he's covered the immunity. He's told me about him and his dad being there, and that he knows others who were involved. And his father is the friend, is a family friend of the property owner where the girls were found. He he's getting he's he's getting immunity for helping out law enforcement, and he is directing ISP or whoever the fuck it was. I didn't know who it was, which is the cops, to a river search. So he's cooperating. So all this totality, you know, when it was getting closer for me to get out, because I got out on September 29th. So now you're talking about mid-July, the whole month of August, and then almost the whole month of September. I got out on my birthday that it was a Thursday, September 29, 2022. Um, so I was like, okay, I think this fucking fat ass, um, he had something to do with these murders. I mean, he knows that if at the very least uh he knows some details, right? So at that point, I decided that I was gonna reach out to the law enforcement and and try at least make them aware of what I had learned. And then throughout that time, it's also, it's also worth mentioning that I not only talked to him, but I talked to some guards, specific.
Sorry, everybody. Stream crashed. Here we go. I got to get it back up. Got to get it back up. Oh no, where's my damn video?
Reaching out to like 13-year-old kids, and he told me that they were they were doing they were carrying out perverted
Okay. All right.
fantasies with kids that age,
Back.
and
All right. Well, I'm gonna shit. I don't
that
know where those motherfuckers fucking now.
that's why those
Man.
kids were sent out there to the bridge. And when I asked them, so how did the kids know to get
All
to
right.
the bridge? He said, my dad.
All right. Bye.
My dad arranged the kids to come out there, thinking that it was another person, right? In other words, he lured the kids out there, Abby and Libby, and he made them believe that they were gonna meet someone else. That's how he explained it to me, okay? And he told me clearly that that was his father who did that. Um, So so then when he would bring up the others, you know, there were others involved. There were other people who were doing this, you know, who had also had these fantasies, and it was like something that it was like a business. He made it sound like, right? And I said to him, um, so what happened? You know, what happened that day? How did everything turn out? And here's what he told me next is kind of like it reminds me of Reese's story, because he said, okay, well, we went out to Delphi. We They were in Delphi, okay, and they went out to meet the family friend, and his dad and the family friend and others were supposed to be in luring these girls, okay, and then his role was to sit in a car at the cemetery, okay, and then when the girls were intercepted and taken, they reconvened, and his dad and the property owner and these others, okay, at the very least one, because at you know how I thought that other person missing was Richard Allen back in the beginning, back in September, you know. So I can see why he might have, Reese might have had the same, gotten confused and had that same thought. But when you look back, like when you put everything, I'm just gonna say it how they say it. When you put the totality of the things that Kagan said, and the totality of what they did not find on Richard, you can tell that Richard was not the other person that Kagan mentions, at least in my story. Um, so yeah, he said that they took the girls, and to me, I never heard the word cabin. I never heard the word shack or barn. I heard the word shed. And he said the girls were taken and put in a shed. And then these perverted fantasies were performed. Okay. And then um the girls were something went wrong and the girls were killed. And his main role, okay, was to dump them. And that's the exact word he used. He said, I helped them in dumping them. So when I heard Reese's story about the wheelbarrow and them being dumped, that immediately made me think of Kagan, the story that Kagan told me. I mean, I didn't know any details about the wagon, the wheelbarrow, and or the print on the tire marks on the ground, but the word dump, it just kind of like it rang rang to me like, man, this totally makes sense. That's what Kagan meant when he told me that he helped in the dumping. Well, I believe that. Um, oh, I'm not here to tell you my opinion. I'm here to tell you what happened. So, okay. Um, So now he's covered the immunity. He's told me about him and his dad being there, and that he knows others who were involved. And his father is the friend, is a family friend of the property owner where the girls were found. Um, he he's getting he's he's getting immunity for helping out law enforcement, and he is directing ISP or whoever the fuck it was. I didn't know who it was. It was just the cops to a river search. So he's cooperating. So all this totality, you know, when it was getting closer for me to get out, because I got out on September 29th. So now you're talking about mid-July, the whole month of August, and then almost the whole month of September. I got out on my birthday that it was a Thursday, September 29, 2022. Um, so I was like, okay, I think this fucking fat ass, um, he had something to do with these murders. I mean, he knows that if at the very least uh he knows some details, right? So at that point, I decided that I was gonna reach out to the law enforcement and and try at least make them aware of what I had learned. And then throughout that time, it's also, it's also worth mentioning that I not only talked to him, but I talked to some guards, um, specifically CO or jail officer Strong. Mr. Strong was an older man who actually retired in September of 2022. So him and I became friends, and he would come and take Kagan, but he would sit down and watch me draw you know, for a few minutes and then take off with Kagan, right? And when I had conversations with him on one-on-one basis, uh, he was like, you know what, Kagan's dad is probably the one responsible for the murders. So the guards were talking about it. A handful of the other inmates in the block were talking about it. And then one thing that I remember, and it really rings a bell now, is that Kagan, he he came across as if he was a devil worshiper. He was satanic, he was dirty, he was he was perverted. uh he he talked in a very sinister manner, and he used to say like evil things. um like I remember once he got into it with another cat from North Manchester, Gerald Thompson, and he told Gerald that if he didn't cool off or whatever for whatever issue they were having, that he would make sure that he got murdered and that nobody would ever know who murdered him. He made that statement to him, and and uh and then he gave him this look, and he shifted his eyes and his forehead, and right on the top of Kagan's forehead, these two horns popped up, and you could clearly see them. I don't know how the fuck he did that, but he looked like a devil. All right, so then Gerald came running to my room and said, "Oh my God, you see that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I saw fucking." Are you guys getting into it? He literally, Gerald was fucking scared, sweating, like, and he asked me for a shot of coffee, and I gave him a shot of coffee, and I sat him down. I said, "Look, dude, don't worry. He's a fat ass. He ain't gonna do shit to you." And he's like, "No, man, but this motherfucker is possessed." um, then another thing that was kind of, it's worth mentioning, but it wasn't really that important, and I could tell that was the bullshit. You know, was like when he talked about that they had taken him to Grissom to um, supposedly for some kind of health condition. But the truth of the matter was that he came back and saying that he had met with the prosecutors from the Delphi murders. The I guess what I now know is the Unified Command. Is that what they call themselves? And they had offered him immunity, and they had also offered him a bottle of wine and a night in a hotel with his fiance, Holly Lowry, in exchange for the river search and
What?
and for for the he came back and he said that they took him to Grissom to meet with the cops from Delphi,
Oh my
and
God.
that they offered him. That's when he met with Nick McClelland at Grissom. Okay, he told us that they offered him immunity if he would help with the river search and knew everything he knew about the others who were involved with his dad and the fucking owner, the family friend, and that they offered him immunity for his role. And they also offered him a bottle of wine and a night in the hotel with his fiance, Holly Lowry,
Bruh.
in exchange for the information.
Oh my God.
So when I got out, dude, on the 29th, remember, I don't know anything about this, but I guess I
And
opened
this
my,
is
I
this is no attack on any of the women, just to be clear.
no. Oh, he was talking to multiple women, you see, but I don't want to get into that because then I'm gonna lose because I know when I got out, I mentioned something on. Well, the first thing I did was look up the case, and when I looked up the case, I thought I would get like news media videos and reports. Well, what I got was fucking YouTubers that I didn't even know they were YouTubers. And I made a comment. And when I made a comment on this channel. One of them was Mind Shock. And that Mind Shock nobody ever listened to me. But I made the same comment on a different channel, and the owner of that channel replied. And that's how I got into the YouTube community.
Well, let's get back to the story because I
Yeah.
know you're just
Yeah, yeah,
telling the
yeah.
story
I
the
don't want to
way
say that.
you're doing the story the way you know it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. I
just the
don't want to talk
facts here,
about the
ladies and
YouTube.
gentlemen.
I don't
We're
want
not
to.
attacking nobody. We're not spreading rumors. Like we're giving you the facts as Noe knows them.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So it came. Yeah. So I guess I mentioned that to say that that's how David Vito was referred to me because they sent him my way. And well, of course, first I had a long conversation with a couple of people, and I won't say who they are, but they said, yeah, do it and talk to whoever it is. David Vito was the one that interviewed me. And some other fucking shady ass, fucking corrupted looking fucking biker cop who never said a fucking word. He just looked me up and down, man, the whole time with his hands crossed. Well,
Good cop,
David,
bad cop. Yeah.
I
Good
can't,
cop,
yeah, I
bad.
can't.
Mhm.
I'm wanting to say that his name was Detective Kendall, okay? But the one I remember is Vito. Anyway, so I told Vito, look, man, I'm gonna tell you this, but before I even start with you, you have to really go and talk to these people, okay? Because I what I'm about to tell you, it's something that it's got a lot of gaps, and you might find answers in those gaps if you interview these other inmates as well. Okay. I kind of stressed that to him. I wanted him to just not talk to me, right? Because Kagan had, I was really, I didn't mention about the meetings he used to have. He
All right, all right, all right. Can everyone hear me? So that's just a taste of that interview. If you're interested in more of that, it's on my channel under the video section called Noe Amos Whistleblows on the Delphi Murders. Um, but as I said, since this is a week in review, I want to address some things because that was recently that we disclosed that information, which is new information to most of you. But already there's slander and twisting of that. So I invited Noe back on so we can talk a little about a bunch of things, and also I'm going to invite the chat to in on the discussion. But we want to talk about um, this whole thing. So let me get him up here, and you know, we'll get on task here. Hello, hello, Noe.
Hello?
Hello, I hear you. Hey, what's up,
You
Noe?
hear me? Hey, how are you doing, Prof?
Yeah, got a little bit of a headache. That's
Yeah,
good
same
though.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, so we were listening to some of your interview there from the
Yeah, I
other day.
started listening about 10 or 15 minutes ago. I was going over another live stream,
Hmm.
and then switched to yours and etc.
Yeah, so one of the things I heard in these YouTube streets since we're reviewing this week is that you stole all your information from Reese Davis is now what they're saying. They're saying you stole all of this from Reese Davis. Um,
Well,
and I want to kind of elaborate on that because I know for sure that you didn't, you know.
right,
And you know what else? The state police know that you didn't.
of course.
And a few of us out here in the YouTube streets know you didn't. So
Okay. There's no way. In 2022, when I came forward, I had no clue of Reese.
mhm.
I actually started hearing about Reese in October, November of 24 during trial.
Mhm.
That's
Like
the
most
so
people.
that's what 2 years
Mhm.
after I put my story out.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely 100%.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. I don't know what particular things they're saying, but uh
Well, it's because I I feel that it's because I have never um I have never shared my story in full in regards to my interview with David Vito.
right,
I've
right.
shared bits and pieces in the last 4 years. So, of course, I decided to share the full story with you a few nights ago, and I'm pointing out highlights of what rang a bell to me
Mhm.
4 years ago versus Reese Davis 2 years ago. 20, what was it? 24? Yeah, but almost 2 years ago. And I'm presenting the totality of the story, but I'm sharing my story. It is mine. It's not Reese's. It's not Reese's induced. Uh, I knew nothing about Reese Davis.
Well, one of the things, I would think like So let's see. Let's go down the new things that you
Uh-huh.
revealed. So one of the things was shed, right? So
Okay.
that's, let me let you cover that. Talk about the shed again, because that's probably the main thing. But I'll explain Reese's part of it. But
You see, okay, so the story goes that Tony Klein lures, you know, because his dad is Tony Klein. And this is Kagan's accounts of what happened, that his dad lured the girls out there to that bridge.
mm-hmm.
And once they're intercepted, they're taken to a shed. And the shed is what I back then knew as the family friend, which now I know that's Ron Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But back then it was they're taken to a shed because remember, Tony Klein and Kegan Klein are in Delphi to meet up with a family friend who is the owner of the property where the girls were found. So
Which naturally is Ron Logan.
Ron Logan, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. So I mean, you know, sure. I mean, if you want to say that, okay, I added that part of the story now that I know more, um, sure, go ahead. But that is not the case. The case is that I'm telling the story which is my story, which David Vito has,
Mm-hmm.
documented.
From
He recorded it.
2022, right?
He
From like
recorded it.
August or
No,
something.
it was October 2nd of 2022.
Oh my
Remember,
gosh, the
I
timing.
got out on September 29th,
I see.
and 3 or 4 days later, I'm with David Vito, and he's recording me. So that interview is recorded.
Oh, really? Now, see, that I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Oh yeah.
I thought he just took
He
notes
had
and
a
took
body
your
camera.
handwritten.
He had a
Okay.
body cam, and he told me that he was going to record me, and I said that's fine.
So you're on body cam or
Yeah,
recorded. Oh my God.
and he's with a
And he took handwritten notes and you gave him handwritten
and
notes
I
too.
gave him. Well, no, he took a screenshot, a photo with
Oh,
his
he took a
phone
photo of your notes.
of my notes. I
Mhm.
kept the notes. I told him, "You're not taking these, bro," and he said, "That's fine. Can I take a picture?" I
And
said,
did
"Yeah."
he take notes too with the little pen and paper?
Yes, he took notes.
Mhm.
Now he had another cop with him who never said nothing, not one word.
And we believe that's Mr. Kendall, right?
I believe I wish I could confirm, but I'm almost positive it is, and I think I found someone who's going to confirm that. And you know what I'm talking
Okay.
about from Peru, right?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So, okay, so the reason that that would be a similarity is because in Reese's story, Ron Logan's shed or barn comes into play, where what he says is that after they took the girls and Libby was injured, they put her on a tarp in that Ron Logan rabbit shed or whatever.
I mean, I'm gonna go with this, which I've told you this before, and this comes from a very highly educated, cultured professional, law enforcement veteran, examiner, uh, great source, and it is that um, the obvious is usually your answer.
Mm-hmm.
And what's obvious here is that they found them on Ron Logan's property.
Obvious.
That's very obvious. It's very obvious that Ron Logan came out the next day and he used the word they. It totally sounds like he knew who they were,
Mhm.
right? He didn't say him or her, he said they. That's obvious. Another thing that's obvious is the cabin, the shack, the shed, the barn, the
Mhm.
place of kidnapping or however, where they hid them. That's
Well,
obvious. They were taken from the bridge.
and that's also what Julie Melvin said. Her sister got
Nephew.
a phone call,
Hmm.
right, about a.
Her nephew, which is Cody Patty, called his mom in the AM hours. That's important. That is very important to note that it was in the AM hours when Cody's mom knew that the girls were deceased.
But the key point in the story was they were put in a cabin or something
Well, you see,
overnight. You remember that?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That was
And then
Cody Patty's account was that they were taken to a cabin and they were found at the edge of the water, in the
and that
water,
was
deceased
told
in
to
the
his
AM.
mom, right? To his mother.
Yeah, which is
Hmm.
Julie's sister.
So
And
that's
I
all
look,
similarities. And then you had the Josh Link who said they were found dead in a cabin.
there's another element there,
So
and
that's
isn't
three
that guy like a
versions.
coach? Wasn't he a coach or something?
Relative, but
Wait,
that's
Who did you say?
Josh Lank.
Oh, Lang. Okay,
Mhm.
not Jake. What was
No,
that other
Josh
one?
Link. But that all proves that's three confirmations that the girls at some point before they're found they're staged, they were in a cabin or a shed or a whatever
Yeah,
shack.
Jack, whatever. And that's I don't even know why I said Jake Johnson. Am I wanting to say Jake Johnson for some
Yeah, but
reason?
get that out your brain. But that's not what we're
Okay,
talking.
okay. Let me refocus here.
See,
Okay,
this is let me
let's go
show.
back to
I want to show
where.
this though.
Hold on. Let's go back to where. Okay, it all makes sense, or it all coincides about them being lured, taken, and hidden in some kind of little shed,
And here's
cabin,
what I want to
barn.
show. So I
And
got
then
this.
the dump is the big one for me.
Well, we'll get to that. We're taking it one step at a time. We're doing that. We're doing this. This is where I think it was. Okay.
Hmm.
An anonymous source sent me this photo right here.
Let me put on my glasses because
Okay.
I may not be able to. Okay, go for it. Oh, looks kind of familiar. Oh yeah, that's Ron Logan's shed.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Looks like a place where you could hide somebody.
There's also, hold on, there's another one too, because I don't know. There's this other one I would like to show that may
Whoever your
also,
anonymous source send you that, he's or she.
maybe it was Mr. Ban a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Maybe, perhaps, I don't know.
He's just brilliant. Mr. Ben is brilliant.
He's
He's
brilliant.
brilliant.
It could have been this thing, but this is a
Or that
garage,
one.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's more out towards the street 300. It's more visible.
It's
It's
more
right next to
visible.
that. It's
Mhm.
right next to that little pasture. So that's more visible.
Little more visible. Then there's this other one. Let me see. See if I can show this one. Because people like to they like I call it play dumb.
Hmm.
If you look in the background, there's a little something back there too. You know?
Oh, wow. That's way, oh my God, Mr. Ben. That's way back in the back of his yard, right?
Yep. But I don't know. I'm just showing,
There's three structures there that you
there's so
showed
many
us.
possibilities.
Hmm. Which is the obvious. The obvious, because remember, where were they found?
Right down the hill from
Right
this.
down the hill from
Let me
there.
show it from this right here. I want to show
Uh-huh.
this. They're found right down the hill from this.
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Something a wheelbarrow could easily get you to.
Hmm. Going downhill,
Going
Rick's man.
downhill so you don't have to push
Without due
hard.
respect, Rick, the wheelbarrow would have never gone through the ravine. That's even stupid to think of. The
Stupid.
wheelbarrow would have gone from Ron Logan's property downhill into the scene of the staging or the scene of the dumping.
The scene of the dumping.
Uh-huh. It's not the scene of the crime. Just because a wheelbarrow tipped over and spilled a little bit of blood on the ground, that doesn't mean that's where they were deceased. It's that simple. It's obvious, you know. Yeah, I think I heard, and you know, I have, you know, the utmost respect for Rick. You know, Prof, that
No, 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 no.
well,
Mm-mm.
no, I don't care what you think or say. I have a respect for Rick. We went a long ways to reach where we're at. But when he made the statement that how could anybody push a wheelbarrow down the ravine, that's even stupid to think of.
It's
The wheelbarrow,
gaslighting because no
the
one said that
wheelbarrow
that
would have been,
happened.
the wheelbarrow would have been pushed downhill towards the creek from this vicinity.
Oh, let me show you how downhill looks. This is another photo from Mr. Ban.
He's
Let me
just
see.
brilliant, Mr. Ban.
Mr. Ban has done some brilliant work.
He's
Let's see. Here it
brilliant.
is.
It's just brilliant.
See.
Tommy
See how it
Frost.
goes downhill, everyone? Everyone sees downhill
To the creek,
to the creek, to the scene of the staging of the bodies.
which is like down from there, you would go along a path, uh, go past the field, and then you reach the corner towards the cemetery, which there's a party spot over there that right now it's overgrown by leaves and all that. But from there to the stage of the I mean to the scene of the staging is within yard, like 100 to 150 yards downhill.
Downhill,
Hmm.
down the
You
hill,
can be there in 3 minutes, four
down the
minutes,
hill.
and then you dump blood, you know, spatters or whatever, you know, and then you take the wheelbarrow back, wash it, clean all
Hmm.
the evidence while the bodies
And
are,
the guy who works at the landfill goes dump the wheelbarrow at get rid of it at the landfill.
and the bodies are at the bank of the creek.
Deer Creek.
They did not move, and they're like, "Oh shit, quack quack quack. We better do something." Plan B. At that point, uh huh. You know, it's very possible that the clothes that was found and caught in the creek, in the creek, on those limbs that were in the water, you know, they probably dumped, tossed the clothes. The clothes got caught in that limb. The bodies were submerged there on the bank, which is what detect or ISP trooper Jim Kelly confirmed. They were found on the banks, in the water, half in the water and half on the bank. Um, and what else? The other thing? Oh, the Cody Patty telling his mom, you know, texting or whatever, his biological mom, that they were found in the AM and they were passed. They had been held in a cabin, but they were found in the water, and this is before 12:15, bro. This is before 12:15. It's the that be a bullshit part of the whole thing that bothers a lot of people like me and you. And now, for those who say, no, okay, when Kagan, no, not Kagan, no, Kagan, no, Tony Klein, no. Well, then explain the Anthony shots. Explain the Anthony shots element of these murders. And then when I have Kagan Klein himself tell me it was my dad set up the arrange the meeting at the bridge. So you want me to you know, What do you want me to think and say? Like, you want me to just ignore that and all of a sudden say, yeah, Richard Allen is guilty, even though they didn't find shit on him, you know? Uh, you know, um, the um, the interrogation, the interrogation tells you everything. Liggett and Mullins, uh, pretty much told the story and got him confused and screwed him over on during the questioning and the mapping and the pointing of the where he was, that they showed him an outdated map. I mean, you can see it all in the interrogation. Richard Allen clearly says, I came from town, through town. He clearly says, I was there between like 11 and 1:30. I know they say, no, you said it was 50. They even try to use military time to confuse him. They use between 13:30 and 15:30. But Richard Allen knew his military time. And he said, no, I said 11 and I would have left at 1:30. It's exactly what he says. I would have left at 1:30. And the parking situation is absolutely not at the CPS. He clearly says that he came from through town. He veered off left on that road, which now I know it's Milroy, something Milroy Road. And then once you take that road, there's another little Y, and it becomes Old Camden Road, and that one takes you straight to the path where he parked. And that, let me tell you guys, that path is not the CPS parking on Old 300 North.
You see, David Vito says here, were the communication between Liberty and Anthony Schatz? Yes. Even on that day? Yes. So it's undisputed in your mind there were communications between between Anthony Schatz and Libby. Yes, sir. Do you believe that Keegan Klein was a communicator, at least on the Anthony Schatz end, for the most part? Do you believe there may have been more than one communicator? It's possible. And who would that other communicator have been? His father? Tony Klein, yes. Whom he lived with? Correct. So Tony Klein was also kind of consumed into this investigation along with his son Keegan. Is that correct? That's correct. Who's the other user of the Anthony Schatz? I mean, it's right there, David Vito. Would that other communicator of Anthony Schatz been his father? Tony Klein, yes.
Yeah, but present that to certain individuals, and they're going to say, no, they had nothing to do with the Delphi murders. Kagan Klein, Tony Klein, and I just, for the life of me, Prof, I don't see how.
So
I mean,
Anthony
even
Schatz,
Great Hughes, who is a freaking guilter and who is the one responsible for the layout of the state's narrative and timeline, even he knows that Anthony Schatz has something to do with.
so
with
Anthony
this
Schatz
murder.
is a fictitious profile used by Keegan Klein. Somebody using Anthony Schatz was communicating with the girls that day, that morning.
Mhm.
That's what's being said by the state police. I believe those communications were why the girls went to the bridge,
There
which
you go.
led to the
Period.
homicide.
How did you say it the other day? A period after that sentence. There's no more and ifs or buts, Rick, and
Did Keegan
whoever
Klein
else.
ever admit that he actually participated in this crime? I mean, knowingly, willingly played some role in this crime? Yes. Tell me what that admission was. He admitting to setting up a meeting with his dad and a guy in Delphi initially.
That would
He
be Ron Logan, I would
he
say.
changed his story and said that it was him and his dad.
That's what he told me.
He said he rode over to the bridge and his dad went to meet the girls. He said he stayed in a Jeep, I believe it was a red Jeep. He admitted to being Anthony Shots and communicating with the girls, setting the meeting up. Do you have any doubt in your mind that he was Anthony Shots? No. I didn't invent this shit.
Oh, wait, Prof. The cops are allowed to lie. This is a big ass lie. Come on, I can understand the cops lying to
They're
you,
not
like
allowed
say
to lie in the deposition. They're allowed to use the Reed
during that.
technique and trick the. See, that's where this don't add up. This is not questioning Keegan. This is later,
Mm-hmm.
after. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm pointing this out. The cops are allowed to lie. They can you know, the difference is between lying during an interrogation
Mhm.
to try to get something out of you, sure. But at this point in the game plan, this is not an interrogation. This is a deposition where Vito is swearing that um these that this information is fact. This is no longer a questionnaire or a these are
They're
facts,
not allowed to lie in this. Both, and that's both Holman and Vito confirming each other's.
hmm
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not very, fond or knowledgeable about depositions, this or that. But I go back to the obvious.
Mhm.
The obvious is usually your answer.
Well, how about this? Because this is another point that they're real butthurt about, real mad. You said the words that they were lured out there to be part of some perverted fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
That means, like Reese said, they were going to do something to the girls.
Oh, but all of a sudden, Reese and I are in cahoots to put this story out. I mean, you gotta be the biggest, stupidest idiot to even, entertain that thought.
Well,
I
let's
knew that.
think. Both girls were naked at some point. They found one girl nude,
Mhm.
one girl that had been undressed and redressed in clothing. So both girls, these 13, 14-year-old girls, they were both nude at some point.
Mhm.
And no one has an explanation for that.
Well,
Except,
well,
I mean, maybe it's like Keegan told you.
I mean, God goodness, uh, one of these individuals who's alleging that this is all make believe, cahoots, bullshit. That'd be a bullshit story. Is him himself put on his channel that the girls were molested with crosses.
Oh my God.
And now you want to say no, no, that never had that never had. I mean, come on. It's the obvious is the answer. Usually the obvious is your answer. And I learned that, where I learned that, bro. And it's true, man. I learned it from a really true professional, decorated,
Undercover federal officer.
and military storyteller, photographer. I mean, complete. This is not just your Mickey Mouse person, and 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 it just makes sense. I mean, I'm not. I hate to say this. I'm sorry, but okay, both of those girls at one point they were nude. They stripped them from their clothes. So, oh, I'm sorry, but no, it was not a perverted fantasy crime.
Oh, you
Or
know what
was
else
it?
we need? Okay, we need to cover this. We forgot about this. Let's see. There was another announcement made this week. Okay, another announcement. The announcement was that it is confirmed by the idiots that Brad Weber cut the bridge to keep Noe Amos from going onto his property. Did you hear that?
Yes.
I heard that confirmed by one of the idiots.
Yes.
And you know what's funny? Those idiots, they were actually trying to uh, approve of this behavior. They were trying to say he had to do that to keep Noe off of his property. And it's okay. This is okay. Noe and Prof don't care about the bridge.
Can I make a public announcement on your channel, Prof?
Sure.
Okay. Uh, take that picture off. Put my face. Take your picture off. You're ugly, and put my face. Listen, Brad Weber. I have no intentions of trespassing your property. However, I have every intention to explore the old portion of the Monan High Bridge. I have done it for the last 4 years, and I will continue. I don't care how many holes you cut on that bridge. I will continue to explore that portion of the bridge, and I will continue to take people and cross the rail, no ifs or buts, until the property limit allows me to, which is owned by, not you, Brad Weber. Now, if your buddy, the accused child molester from Greenwood, Indiana, continues to incriminate you
Oh my God.
and trying to assassinate me for exploring a property that you don't own, then you better put him on check. Because nothing, I don't care how many holes you or your redneck buddies decide to cut on that historic landmark. If I have to monkey bar the freaking damn structure, I will. That's my message to you, Brad Weber.
Bruh.
Thank you, Prof.
Well, PSA sent out. PSA sent out. Are they willing to destroy the entire bridge to keep a couple YouTubers from walking on it? They might as well just destroy the whole damn thing. Where's Joe Louis? We got to blow this bitch up. We we
Bro,
got to blow this bitch up.
Bruh.
Pew, 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 pew,
bro,
pew, pew. Freedom of speech.
Freedom
bro,
of speech.
you're gonna get the Interpol. You're gonna get the Interpol sent to your place and kick your door in. Stop mentioning Joe Louis and blowing up things.
Blow it up. Look, the Historic Landmarks Foundation of Indiana sold it to Carroll County Wabash and Erie Canal, Inc. It is owned by Carroll County Wabash and Erie Canal Inc., 1030 West Washington Street, Delphi, Indiana. Not Brad Weber.
Fact.
But it was announced officially that Brad Weber destroyed the bridge in order to keep Noe Amos, no one else, solely intended to keep Noe Amos off of that part of the bridge.
Until I get confirmation, in legal confirmation in black and white from the Erie Canal, Deer Creek Township Landmark Society, blah, 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 in Delphi, Indiana, I will continue. Look, I will. I didn't say maybe. If I don't get a hip replacement, I might. No, I will continue,
Hold
Brad.
on, Noe. Your announcement's not over. Camera on.
I will continue to cross the rail, walk on the old portion of the bridge. That's my prerogative it's my life that's in danger if I fall, whatever, quack, quack, quack. But until I see a sign that says the public cannot go across this thing, or some kind of black and white confirmation from the owners that I cannot walk on the old portion of that bridge, I will continue to go there and take people and show them the south end of that bridge, and we will walk on that path up until the property line, which is completely none of your business because you don't own it, Brad. Okay, and I'm not trying to be an asshole to you, Brad. What I'm trying to say, like, I'm a little concerned that your best friend from Greenwood, Indiana, is incriminating you, Brad. And number one, cutting the ties to impede the public and to cause bodily harm to people who go there. And two, that you are supposed to hold me at gunpoint and shoot me. That is an issue with me, Brad. So I talked to Becky Patty, accused child molester from Greenwood, Indiana, and advise him to check himself. Thank you, Prof. I can't hear you, Prof.
Oh, I'm just being quiet. I'm looking at my receipts. March 2024. Gray Hughes says, well, when Brad Weber drove home that day, he was seen by Richard Allen. You will find that out someday, is what he told Manakawala. Manakawala. So Wala learned on Gray Hughes' podcast that she followed and she passed this to Allen. Prosecution argued that's something only the killer would know. White van. When Brad Weber drove home, he was seen by Richard Allen. You will find that out someday, March 2024. As the freaks know, we discussed this a long time ago. The white van, can I get a boom? Likely going to be Brad Weber's van coming home from work. Although we know he didn't get home till 2:50. 2:50 says the FBI. FBI. 250 he's pinged. Brad Weber testified he had been in Arizona, returned on the 12th when the girls were actually murdered. Usually left work at 2:30, but left early on 2:13. He claimed he went straight home, took a nap. Police knocked on his door at 5 p.m. He went back to sleep. Police searched his house on 219. Andy Baldwin's moved to submit a photo from the house. It was admitted over state's objection. Photo given to jury. He asked if he had previously had problems with trespassers. The word sticks were overheard by someone in the courtroom. Holman was apparently visibly frustrated by the end of Weber's meth-fueled testimony. Brad Weber testified he returned home in a white van around 2:30. Mullen acknowledged conflicts in Weber's account. It was revealed that Weber owned a Sig Sauer 40 caliber firearm, same type of gun as Allen.
Oh my God.
The existence of trail cams was revealed.
Bruh.
Mullen denied feeding Weber information about the van. Mullen on the deleted interview says there was nothing I could do to recover.
It was our job to help.
Are you aware if Brad Weber changed his story? Yes, there's some conflict about it. It was determined that it was not the weapon connected to the bullet, although they could not
Quack, quack, quack.
exclude it. And what do we have here? Well, while 3 railroad ties were cut and removed on the Monon High Bridge, someone was notified that individuals were planning a trespass on his property.
Nobody was
Also, the
shit,
property
bro.
owner has been known to hold people at gunpoint. Peace out, one love.
Nobody was announcing nothing, dumbass. Receipts, right, Prof?
Prof keeps receipts sometimes.
All the time.
When it's important. Only when it's important. I only keep important receipts.
Yeah, I hate to be here going back to talking about that. I've learned from many, like, believe it or not, as much as I think you're an asshole, I've learned from you. And what I've learned is that they're trying to distract us in the community from like what's important by doing all this extracurricular on the side bullshit. That'd be a bullshit stuff. So we go and fight for 10 fucking months with someone over stupidity when, you know, we should be focusing on things like the time frame that Rick Allen officially, that is confirmed and factual and recorded on a video, he claims he was there, where he parked, uh, how that interrogation that was in 2022 in October, I think October 13th or whatever it was, um, that interrogation is bogus because, for one, it's like 5 years later. The the way they approached him and totally ignore his claims, and they point the narrative and kind of like almost make him say the things they want him to say, like as to where he thought he parked, and show him a map that's 5 years fucking, outdated. You can clearly see that he's confused. They're fucking with him, and the things that he claims that are what he said is that he went through town and took that road that veers off like a Y to the left, and then he went down there and where he parked, which is an old path that is um, at this point in time now it's almost being disappeared. He clearly tells them, I would have been there between 11 because that's when I left. Remember, he left Peru because he didn't want to have lunch with his family, so he left Peru around 11. So what, that puts him in Delphi at the Monon High Bridge around 11:33, 11:40, let's say 11:40. So he claims of being there between 12 and 1:30, and then the assholes come in and say, "Oh, you admitted of being there between 13:30 and 15:30." And Rick Allen says, no, I think I left at 11:30 and I was there till about 1:30." I don't know, man. If people choose to ignore those little details, and that he claimed like he didn't see nobody, he only saw a few girls. Well, that explains why he didn't see anybody, because he was there between 11 and 1:30 p.m. So everything else happened after 1:30. And also even on what he was wearing, because he said that he was wearing blue jeans. That means that he admitted that he was wearing blue jeans and a Carhartt jacket. He never said Carhartt jacket. He never, you know. So to me, is that right there is that be a bullshit. And I've walked down there. Had never explored that side of the trail towards town. I always go across the Freedom Bridge and on the trail and the Mears entrance and the High Bridge and blah blah blah. But I had never explored that other end where he officially on the record he claims where he parked, where it is that he parked. Sorry, I'm being a little confusing, Prof. I know you're silent completely, but I know what I'm saying. Like I know, like I've drove it, I videoed it, I parked there. I almost wanted to walk across that path, but I was afraid for trespassing, right? So I stopped there, but you can see it, bro. You can see it straight up. Dennis McKean's been there with me. Um, and I learned this from Christine Slater. What's her last name? Christine
Salzer,
Salter.
silence woman.
Hmm. And I had like, if she had never pointed that out to me, like I would have never. They've tried to hide that from everybody.
Hmm.
Mm.
Everything, everything. Even the Carhartt jacket that was not purchased till years after the murders, and that's proven. There's
Hmm.
proof of it.
Yeah, and
And when they tested it, not a drop of blood. And you know what else, Noe? Explain this. If he did that to Abby and Libby, as
Mhm.
you know, that guy Roland Core, the medical examiner, said she had 4 cuts to her throat. 4.
Mhm.
If her throat was cut and it lost all her blood like that, and Abby was what lost all her blood, if they were so brutally murdered, and if Sarah Carbell saw him muddy and bloody, why in his car was there not one single drop of blood when they tested his car?
I strongly believe that between 2017 and 2022, if that car was used on these murders, some trace. What did they call that? Touch trace or whatever it's called.
There would be DNA or blood. You
DNA.
can't get rid of it. You
Mm-hmm.
can't.
And that bloody and muddy, that a Carhartt, or whether it was a Carhartt or a zip up sweater, or a pullover, whatever type of top it would have been, some transfer DNA would have transferred into that car,
Car would have had blood remnants.
because it was like what, 5 years. I mean, that nowadays, in this day and age, these forensic motherfuckers, they have the capability of tracing that. But yet, none of it was found.
Not a drop of blood. And of course, not a drop of blood on the Carhartt that was purchased years later.
The one one that I think is the stupidest thing ever. This is goes to Sleuth Intuition and channel called Frank Meister. They said that he walked behind the Mears barn, and then he walked behind the Hoosier Harvest store, and that's why nobody saw him, because he walked in the back between the Andersons and back to his car to the CP.
Well, where in the fuck did he take a shower and change a whole new set of clothes?
Well, don't you think that somebody would track footprints?
Where's the footprints? Where's the blood
don't
prints?
You think that out of the 50 million cops and Pat Brown, whose freaking truck, because he lost the key, was parked over there 27 days? Somebody would have said, hey, look, there's tracks going back here. Look, they go behind this barn and the Mears. Oh, look, they go straight over. I mean, don't you think someone would have
Look at this one. According to Rocky Cox, Noe's going to get beat up at oral arguments, and Chomo is carrying protection.
Wait, who's that?
That's Lita Joe.
Wait, Lita Joe? Yeah, Lita Joe's gonna go with me.
According to Rocky Cox,
she's got my back. Lita Joe, better gear up.
Noe's gonna get beat up, and Chomo is carrying protection.
Okay, it's time to turn on the camera, Prof. I'm just kidding. Look, I'm not gonna get distracted. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna distract. Look what do you think about this statement?
They're trying to do that to distract me, to get me to talk about that. No, we're talking about the parking and the time frame.
What about someone saying, my biological dad beat my family so bad, all the men are broken in some form of way. My biological dad was part of a vile pedophile ring.
It sounds like the Keegan Klein of England.
The Keegan Klein of the UK that abused my cousin so much, he doesn't even talk when he's around us.
Yeah, that was the Tony Klein of
the Tony Klein of the UK. He got away with everything he ever did. He got away with everything he ever did and left my mom homeless for 2 years.
Isn't that word by word the Keegan Klein and Tony Klein of the UK? Isn't that word by word?
You know what? Now I understand. Okay, they're both morbidly obese. They both victimize the vulnerable. They both are hustlers.
Bruh.
And they both have dads who are part of a vile pedophile ring that abuse everyone around them and even the kids. And they both got away with everything they ever did.
Our job was to help law enforcement.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Bruh.
Well, what else you got, Noe?
I have
Freedom
a good night.
of speech.
I have a good night to the audience. I am protected by the First Amendment, freedom of speech and freedom of press and opinion and expression. And I have a good night. Prof to your audience, to you, to everybody and anybody who just wants to say good night.
Oh, I had something interesting I want to play, but I gotta get it. Let's
I'll
see.
mute myself and then I'll let you play it.
You can stay around. Yeah.
I'll
let
stay
me see.
around. I'll just mute myself.
How am I gonna find this gart damn thing? Let's see. Oh Lord. This is a throwback. Let's see.
I haven't really followed that case except when I see, when I'm surfing YouTube videos. Let me give you a brief synopsis to kind of fill in any blanks for you that the comment doesn't have. I was in Maine and I took a train down to South Boston to catch another train over to Toledo to come to a town south of there called Findlay, Ohio. And while I was at the changeover in Boston, it was called South Street Station or North Street Station. I've been there many, many times. I hopped on the train and I was moving pretty slow. I had some physical problems, just had a really bad surgery. And, you sit on the train and you're kind of just looking out the window, and three gentlemen got on. There was three of them. One of them very, very stocky and looked very strong, the guy in the sketch. He had another guy with him, a white guy, maybe 50-ish, and he had another guy with him, a black man with bad teeth. I mean, really bad teeth. A very skinny guy, about 6'1", and they sat in different seats. And then the guy he looked exactly like the sketch. Even down to the hat. And instead of a ruffled collar, he had of his shirt and a hoodie, he had a towel around his neck, kind of twisted. And I thought it was strange. He started speaking to me. I was in the seat ahead of him. And, you're on a train, you're making conversation, hey, the weather or this and that. And then it turned very dark. He started talking about these murders in Delphi. And I was kind of shocked. It's, when somebody is saying this, you don't really want to hear it, but you can't unlisten it. So he starts telling me these details that this was a witchcraft-related murder, like a sacrifice. He said the girls were brutally destroyed and half covered up, half kind of covered with leaves or dirt or whatever. They were positioned, poised, and he said, many different comments. He told me also that the entire attack on the girls was recorded by her phone.
And that's also something that
That sounds like Greeno.
So he said the entire thing was recorded. And he also, he made many comments. He's telling me this, and the black man that got on the train.
That was Greeno, man.
Well, I mean, I'm wondering, what if this is true? Okay, so for the listeners, what if this is true? What if the entire attack on the girls was recorded by the phone, and that's why they've given us the fake shit off the phone? Have you ever thought about that? And remember the whole rumors of of Sheena Cottrell saying Nick Edwards and Garrett Kurtz talked about a snuff film they had and they were going to sell in Vegas and all this shit?
I don't know, but that sounds like a dude on the train, you know,
It's a dude riding a train that's telling this story to this man. So
telling that story. That
now,
sounds
and
like
I gotta say,
Greeno to me.
this
That
was
sounds like Greeno.
long before anything came out. Okay, long before anything. I know the date this was recorded. And I know who this speaker is. I just altered his voice for the recording and I cut out certain names and places. But this is long before any details came out. Let it keep playing.
So he said that the entire thing was recorded, and he also, he made many comments. He's telling me this, and the black man that got on the train with him, the Amtrak, had just this look on his face that you never forget, and he said, "You should not be talking about this."
Oh boy.
And then by then, we're in New York, over by around Johnstown, New York. Just the train is clicking, clacking along. It pulls in on, I don't know if you've ever rode the train, but it'll stop many times to pick up and let off passengers. I think it was Johnstown or right around there. Then I found out it's a coworker. They worked at a place called Horizon Trucking Transportation. Through his discussions, he was telling me all this. So his friend, the black guy with the bad,
the other two people were coworkers?
Yes, they were co-workers at Horizon Trucking Transportation, and he said they delivered mail trucks, U-Haul trucks, RVs, and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So they traveled all over the country.
Yeah.
This is what he said. I don't, and the black man said, "You should not be talking about this."
How
So we pulled into around Johnstown, and he got off the train. He left his bags, he left everything he brought on. He never got back on the train. He took off.
Oh.
And the second coworker was a white guy, maybe 450-ish, and he was stocky but not muscular. He got up when the train stopped, and he moved to a different car, and he never came back in that car.
Oh.
And then the guy in the sketch says his second worker is leaving. Says that I wish I could remember the black guy's name, but it was kind of muffled. And he said, "Did so and so just leave all his stuff on the train?" And then as the train is taking off a few moments later, he was looking around. He said he never got back on the train.
Oh my.
And so we're trick-tracking along, and then he's still talking. He's making different comments about the murder scene and how it was on his property. This is what he said, and I don't know anything I'm just repeating what he said. He said the girls were found on his property. And I said, "That's pretty scary." I mean, I said, "How did you find this stuff out?" And, I guess he said he walked his property a lot, or when the investigation was going on, he didn't really decidedly answer the question, but, he said they were found on his property.
Okay.
And then, as it's going on, it just became less palatable. He keeps talking and talking about it. And I said, "We should report all these things." And he said, "This is a small town." He lived in Delphi in a log cabin. He had a log cabin there, is what he told me.
Okay.
And I guess he had a barn on the property also. And
A barn? Is that like a shed? A cabin? A shack? Oh, a barn.
And then he takes a turn. He said, he starts talking about a nephew or cousin of his, a younger guy, who is committing crimes in Delphi, robbing scrap metals and things like that.
Right.
And he caught his own cousin or nephew on his property stealing things. And I said, well, you know, with family like that, you don't really need them around.
Right.
And his phone rings. You know, it's later in the evening now. His phone rings, and it's apparently his wife. And she says, you want me to come pick you up at the train station? You know, you could hear it. It was dead silent. All you could hear is the clickety-clack on the train in his discussion. And he says, no, I'll catch an Uber. I'll get an Uber home.
Okay.
And
so this sketch guy,
just,
this is the sketch guy you're talking about with the wife?
yes.
Okay, so he has a wife, he's able to take an Uber. So that kind of gives a little bit of classification on, you know, his wealth or how he travels, what his life might be like.
He mentioned Horizon Trucking Transportation, and I'm telling you, miss, he looked exactly like the sketch. Not a little bit like it. He looked exactly like it. And this guy looked, I'm 6 feet, 210 pounds. I have health problems, but he looked unusually strong. Someone you would see and say, I don't want to tangle with that guy.
Yeah.
I would say in his early 50s or late 40s.
Okay.
He didn't. I don't recall him having gray hair. He had the exact same cap on as in the sketch, and he had a hoodie on and a shirt underneath the hoodie.
And what town did he get out of?
I don't know. I got out in Toledo. I got off in Toledo, and he was heading to Indiana, the next state over. So my stop was in Toledo, and then he was going on to the next stop in Indiana.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, I tried contacting the police. They were this is right when it happened. I met, within weeks of this thing happening is when I met him on the Amtrak.
Okay.
And I did try contacting the local police, the sheriff's department, the state police, and I'm telling you, everybody did not want to hear this information. They were belligerent, almost to the point that made me scared to call the tip line.
That's sad.
They were. This is some kind of a small town cover up.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust anybody in it.
No.
Somebody had mentioned this to me, or they made a comment online recently, a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you know what? I'm going to reach out one more time and try to contact these guys. I tried to contact this Mike Patty. I saw on a post that that there was a VFW or something online that had done a fundraiser for these girls that he goes to. I think it was just over the line in Michigan.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how to contact him, so I called that VFW, explained it briefly, and I said, I'd like to get in touch with him with this information. Maybe the family could use it. And they said, call me. I said, let's be smart about this. They don't want to give out his phone number, is what they told me. So I said, that's fine. Contact him, and then I'll call you back in a day or so.
Right.
And then he did not want to hear the information.
Yeah, see, there's something wrong with that. There's definitely something wrong with that.
There's absolutely something wrong. And then I said, I'm going to reach out to their local church. They did a food fund drive, raiser, whatever. It was posted online. I said, I'm going to call that church, their church that did this, and see if they'll contact these families, and then we can connect some way. Well, the church, I'm telling you, this lady that answered at this church, it was so sinister. She said, well, we don't contact the families. We won't contact the families with any information. And I said, ma'am, can I just talk to your pastor and explain this to him? And the local church wouldn't either. And, I had a couple people online reach out and say, what trucking company and this and that. I'm telling you,
wow.
I remember it just like it was yesterday. He said, Horizon Trucking Transportation. He looked exactly like this sketch.
Right. Okay.
And the unusual thing was, he said they go out as a team sometimes. So they may drive, to California or whatever.
Yes.
And then one would take a train, one would take a bus, another would drive something back to wherever,
Okay.
so that they could go out as a team and come back separately, or go separately and come back as a team.
Okay.
And I thought, what a way to have something to cover your tracks, like an employer with two bogus witnesses that said, no, I was with him here, or we were over there.
That's right.
And then when, I see that they have an audio, and then the local law enforcement dices it up and takes parts out. You know what I mean? They do like a tail-to-tail edit on it, so you could only hear one bit.
Yeah.
And then they, there was a couple different things like that. They've got audio, they've got video.
Yeah.
This is a small town, and I tell you, no one could change my mind that this is not a small town cover-up.
Yeah.
And I would be, I tell anybody who's contacted me or I've spoken with about it, be very careful talking to them. I mean, there's no telling how many people they've done this to.
Right.
Or maybe this is the only two kids, but you don't know. And I'm telling you, this guy on the Amtrak train looked unusually strong. And I don't know why I would even say that. I just looked at him and I thought, he looks like he could tear your arms off.
All right, so I'm gonna go through this with I'm gonna call them suspects, POIs for the moment. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask. The one that you think that is on the bridge, the one that's he's about 3 early 50s, and then you have the black guy. And
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. How old did you think the black guy was?
I thought he might be in his late 50s or early 60s. He was very thin and tall, and he just had looked a little bit older.
Okay.
Than they said.
And now, how well was the guy? Was he dressed well? Was he dressed nice? Did he look like he was homeless? Can you tell me a little bit about what he was wearing?
The guy in the sketch that I saw on the train, he was very clean.
Okay.
His clothes were very clean. You could almost smell like a fabric softener or something on them.
Okay.
They were not wrinkled in any way, shape, or form. He had a shirt, and then a towel around his neck, and then a hoodie on, and that hat. And he had fallen asleep while we were on the train, and he snored horribly, like he had severe sleep apnea.
Okay. And then the black guy, was he dressed really well?
He was dressed very modestly. He had an old-fashioned kind of what you might call an old guy shirt, a short sleeve shirt, dark colors with stripes on it.
Okay.
And he had on like black jeans.
Okay, black jeans. And then the third guy, how was he? He was white as well.
He was white as well, and he was dressed very average, jeans, and I think he had I can't think of it. It's kind of like a jean jacket or something like that on.
Okay.
But the look on his face, the black guy when he got off the train, if you'd have seen his face, it was just shock, and he wanted to get out of there. And the other guy that left the car turned back and looked at this sketch guy, and he had this look on his face. I can still see the guy's face.
Oh.
He was walking away, and he turned and looked at his coworker, and that was it. And it was just a weird, strange look.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that sounds really creepy. How old do you think he was? He was also around the same age? 50s?
He was around the same age. They were both sketch guy and the third guy were average height,
okay.
5'10", and the third guy that left the car, he was slightly shorter than the sketch guy, and the black guy who left was considerably taller than the sketch guy. He was maybe 4 or 5 inches taller.
Okay, all right.
It's good to people who have a passion.
Yeah.
Usually, usually find the answers. If they don't have a passion and it's their job,
Right.
maybe they find the answer, maybe they don't, or maybe it just gets stuck in some old file somewhere.
Right. Exactly.
You know, but I'm telling you, this guy, he had brass ones on him. He didn't care what he said or who heard it, and you know, he was not somebody that you would want to tangle with. Somebody had reached out last year to me and said, you know, they were kind of pushing me to go to this Horizon Trucking, kind of nudging me.
Oh.
And I said, these people look like they kill for a living. They killed 2 kids and nobody knows what's going on. You want an old man to go over there with heart failure?
Yeah, no.
I'm not going over there because, you know, maybe, who knows, maybe it's a friend of the killer nudging me to wipe me out so I don't talk anymore.
Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that.
And I would say, you know that you said you're the other end of the country, but be careful because I'm telling you, I saw this guy. The instant I saw him, something inside me said, you don't want to mess with this guy. This guy looks like he could tear your arms off. And I never forgot that feeling when I saw him because I didn't like him sitting behind me in the next seat behind me.
What did he remind you of? Like a biker? You know?
Yeah.
A biker?
He reminded me like a biker, like not like a hardcore biker, just like a biker that rides for fun maybe, or used to be a biker kind of thing. He had that look, and he just had that look about him.
Did he have any tattoos or anything to you?
No, unusually he was almost covered head to toe in clothing. He had the long sleeve hoodie on and that towel around his neck. I was suspicious that he was covering tattoos with it. I'm like, why does somebody have a towel around their neck like that? And the only people I have seen are extreme athletes like boxers. I don't know why they do it, but they'll put a towel around their neck and tuck it in their shirt when they're working out.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
And I just thought, I've never gone out in public once in my life with a towel around my neck and a hoodie on and a hat.
No.
But that's...
Yeah. You know. So he obviously didn't have that blue jacket on because that probably was destroyed in the process. But so he dresses like an older gentleman. So, well, man, I do appreciate you calling me and giving me this information. If you think of anything else, please don't hesitate. Just send me a text. My phone is in the middle of the night, so nothing wakes me up. So I tell anybody that it can be helpful like that. Just feel free to reach out to me and I'll put this to you. I'm actually already digging. My profile really well too. So, I can bounce off of one person in this and then bounce off to another, and it all makes sense to me. So, I really hope that I can help and be of help and put this stuff together and maybe provide you a face that you will recognize. And
no problem. Just send me the pics or whatever, and I'll let you know. But I can see the guy's face right in front of me. I can hear his voice. I can't say if it's the guy on the bridge because I think the audio is manipulated.
Yeah.
What is released? I know it's been edited,
right.
So you don't know how far it's been edited. Have they manipulated the?
Exactly, and were there more than one person there? And I believe there was definitely more than one person to tackle the girl. So whose voice was it really? Was it the guy that you were looking at on the bridge, or was it a person that's behind, or pops up, or, so it's really interesting. It's just a sad, and justice is definitely needed, that's for sure.
Yeah, the wheels of justice are slow. They may take a while. They won't escape God in the end, but
right.
They're not somebody I want to ever run into, or have you ever run into them. If you were to put pieces together, these people that nudged me last year, well, blah, 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 you guys, I'm not going up there. I can barely lift a gallon of milk. I couldn't get out of my way to save myself. And then I told them, and I expressly told them, this person looked extremely strong. If you go up there and you take this sketch, somebody at that company, Horizon Trucking, he didn't just pull this name out of the hat.
Right.
You know, I think he was telling the truth when he said it, just making small talk and conversation that turned very dark.
Right.
And somebody up there will recognize this guy, and I'm sure the police will say, "Nah, he's cleared."
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust anybody with a badge over there with anything. I wouldn't trust them with a nickel.
Nope, I certainly wouldn't either. No.
Bruh.
Well,
But okay, if you need me, just shoot me a message or send me a picture or whatever.
All right.
And I'll try to help you any way I can.
All right. Again, thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. God bless you. Stay safe.
All right. You too. Bye-bye.
Wow. 2017. Unmute yourself, Prof. Or
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize. What do you think about that? Now, are you muted?
no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh, you were asking me. I thought you were asking the audience.
Yeah, I was saying, what do you think about
Oh,
that?
wow. No, I was listening closely. I I I heard bits and pieces of this like 4 years ago, but it's there's a lot that was said there.
I think she met one of them. I think she met, I'm sorry. This guy, I think he met one of the crew.
One of the actors.
One of the actors, the other actors.
Uh-huh.
It's not Ron Logan because the age range doesn't match. So it's not Ron Logan. So who is it? It's not Keegan Kline. It's not Keegan. It's not Ron.
But he mentions something about the Amtrak in New York. So that's east.
They were traveling from east to Indiana. Yeah.
East to west. So like, I know that I abruptly said that sounds like Greeno, but I don't know if Greeno would have.
Greeno don't look like he could rip your arm. He looked like he could rip cockroach's arms off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, this guy was scary to this guy.
It doesn't match Greeno's description, especially New York. That I don't know. I mean, maybe Greeno has been to New York, but
no, he says the guy. Okay, he says he's 6 foot, 230 pounds or something. So this guy looked like he could rip your arms off. So he's got to be at least 6 foot, 250 pounds. I don't know.
What do you make of like an age range? What?
I forgot what he said. Something like upper 40s to lower 50s.
40s, 40s, 50s. Yeah. And that was in 2017, right?
That's when the incident occurred. Yeah.
Okay. After the murders.
Yeah.
Naturally. Now, can I ask do you know who the female's voice is?
Yeah, but she doesn't want said. Okay. I'll tell you behind the scenes.
Okay. But they hit a lot of good bullets, didn't they? Like the what was it? He talked about
the sticks and leaves on the bodies.
Okay, help me.
Yeah. He talked about the staging of the bodies, the posing of the bodies.
It almost like rings it rings so true with like what Reese's.
I know. This is why I'm playing it, because I think it's another sort of whistleblower. Just so many things. Oh, the guy said it was a witchcraft thing.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And that the whole thing was recorded on the girl's phone.
There, yeah, all that stuff. All that stuff. So parallel to, you know, what has been said.
Well,
Okay,
it's a pretty good story. I almost want to play it again because holy crap, man.
Well, it's up to you if you want to.
Yeah, at the beginning portion, like, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to play some of the parts. Like,
all right,
I was in Maine and I took a train down to South Boston.
Okay, he was in Maine, but he went to Boston. Okay, so these guys get on in Boston.
Catch another train over to Toledo to come to a town south of there called Findlay.
Okay.
Ohio.
Oh, Findlay, Ohio. I know Findlay.
While I was at the changeover in Boston, it was called South Street Station.
South Street Station in Boston, these guys get on.
Okay. Or North Street Station.
North Street Station, somewhat, whatever.
I've been there many, many times. I hopped on the train and I was moving pretty slow. I had some physical problems, just had a really bad surgery. And, you know, you sit on the train and you're kind of just looking out the window, and three gentlemen got on. There was three of them. One of them very, very stocky and looked very strong, the guy in the sketch. He had another guy with him, a white guy, maybe 50-ish, and he had another guy with him, a black man with bad teeth.
A black man with bad teeth who's tall and older.
I mean, really bad teeth. A very skinny guy, about 6'1", and they sat in different seats. And then the guy who, I mean, he looked exactly like the sketch.
Okay.
Even down to the hat. And instead of a ruffled collar, he had of his shirt and a hoodie, he had a towel around his neck, kind of twisted.
Yeah.
And
guys wear the towels at the gym, you know what I mean? You come in from the gym, you might have that towel on your neck. Or just used to it. Used to having the towel around your neck because you work out a lot, which would make sense if he's ripped, like he can pull your arms off. If he's scaring this guy, you know.
I thought it was strange. He started speaking to me. I was in the seat ahead of him. And, you know, you're on a train, you're making conversation, hey, the weather or this and that.
Right.
And then it turned very dark.
Yeah.
He started talking about these murders in Delphi. And I was kind of shocked. It's, you know, when somebody is saying this,
right,
you don't really want to hear it, but you can't unlisten it.
Right.
You know, so he starts telling me these details that this was a witchcraft-related murder.
Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. There was witchcraft. Now, how would this guy know this in 2017?
Like a sacrifice.
Right.
He said
like a sacrifice.
The girls were brutally destroyed and half covered up. You know,
brutally murdered and half covered up.
Half kind of covered with leaves or dirt or whatever. They were positioned, poised, and
they were positioned and poised. How about that? How would he know that in 2017?
And he said, you know, many different comments. He told me also that the entire attack on the girls was recorded by her phone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So he said that the entire thing was recorded. And he also, you know, he made many comments. He's telling me this, and the black man that got on the train with him, the Amtrak, had just this look on his face that you never forget. And he said, you should not be talking about this.
Yeah. The black guy's like, What the fuck? You shouldn't be talking. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't be talking about this.
Oh boy.
And then by then, we're in New York, over by around Johnstown, New York. Just the train is clicking, clacking along. It pulls in.
In other words, so now they've made it from Boston to New York. So someone calculate that. If you're on the Amtrak, how long does it take to get from Boston to New York to Johnstown or whatever on the Amtrak? Because that's about how long this first part of the story took place. I mean, that's easy to go calculate.
I don't know if you've ever rode the train, but it'll stop many times to pick up and let off passengers. I think it was Johnstown or right around there. Then I found out it's a coworker. They worked at a place called Horizon Trucking Transportation.
Okay, pause it there.
Major lead, which means the law enforcement could have gone to Horizon Trucking Transportation with the bridge guy sketch and said, "You got somebody who looks like this?"
Okay, where is this at? This Horizon Transportation.
That's a good question. I forget at the moment, but I got all these screenshots, so I went to all the websites. They do have several offices all over, and they take job applications over the internet, because what they have you do, it's like I forget what they call it, hot shot or something like that, where if they need drivers to go drive something. See, that's probably what they did. They drove from Indiana and drove something like an RV, or they went deliver some vehicle, or they went on a one-way drive, probably to Boston, dropped off the shit, and then they have to take the train back home,
Through his discussions, he was telling me all this. So his friend, the black guy with the bad.
The other two people were coworkers?
Yes, they were co-workers at Horizon Trucking Transportation, and he said they delivered mail trucks, U-Haul trucks, RVs.
See what I mean? They deliver mail trucks. They'll drive a U-Haul somewhere. They'll drive an RV somewhere.
Horizon Transport is a transportation company. It's the largest RV transportation company.
Mm-hmm. Where are their offices in Indiana?
I don't know.
You looking at a map? Okay, let's keep going.
And that sort of thing.
Oh, fuck, bro. Wait, pause. They are in Wakarusa, Indiana, Goshen, Indiana, and Bristol, Indiana. Oh, I've been all over there.
Good job. Maybe it's time for some boots on the ground footage.
Yeah,
all over the country.
Wakarusa, Goshen.
This is what he said.
Bristol.
I don't, and the black man said you should not be talking about this. So we pulled into around Johnstown, and he got off the train. He left his bags, he left everything he brought on. He never got back on the train. He took off.
Oh.
And the second co-worker was a white guy, maybe 450-ish, and he was stocky but not muscular. He got up when the train stopped, and he moved to a different car, and he never came back in that car.
Oh.
And then the guy in the sketch says as his second worker is leaving, says that I wish I could remember the black guy's name, but it was kind of muffled. And he said, did so-and-so just leave all his stuff on the train? And then as the train is taking off a few moments later, he was looking around. He said he never got back on the train.
Oh, my.
Which I'm going to add to this story here, because I've been on the train many times, many times on Amtrak. Maybe what he did, maybe he just moved to another car. He could have got off and he could have just walked on over to the lounge car or to another car and got up on another car because he just wanted to go sit somewhere else. Maybe he went down, smoked a cigarette because they're at a stop. And he walks on a few cars down and gets back on and just says, fuck that, I'm sitting over here, So who knows about that? Because I don't think the guy would leave all his stuff, right? So who knows?
So we're trick-tracking along, and then he's still talking. He's making different comments about the murder scene and how it was on his property. This is what he said, and I don't know anything from, I'm just repeating what he said. He said the girls were found on his property. And
I wonder if it was Weber. You think it could have been Weber? Was it Brad
Yes.
Weber? I mean, has he done this type of work?
I said, that's pretty scary. I mean, I said, how did you find this stuff out? And, I guess he said he walked his property a lot, or when the investigation was going on, he didn't really decidedly answer the question, but, he said they were found on his property.
Okay.
And then, as it's going on, it just became less palatable. He keeps talking and talking about it. And I said, we should report all these things. And he said, this is a small town. He lived in Delphi in a log cabin. He had a log cabin there, is what he told me.
Okay, now that's a part that I never understood, because I spent days looking at all the log cabins around the High Bridge, and there are some. There's one in particular that really fits the mark, but it's large and it's a little off. I have all that research in my collection. But yeah,
there's also some log cabins across the Wilson Bridge. It's like a little camp type of thing.
Oh my God, bro. You didn't just say that.
Oh
My God, bruh.
Yeah, there's a little cabin, little little campground place. It's just across the Wilson Bridge by Pat Brown's property.
Are you
100%.
talking about the place you and Joe filmed, the Wolf
Yeah.
property?
Yeah.
That belongs to the Wolves. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going.
And he, I guess he had a barn on the property also. And then he takes a turn. He said, he starts talking about a nephew or cousin of his, a younger guy.
This is where I start thinking about Ron Logan, because it's like I start to think of Garrett Kurtz and how Ron Logan always had these younger kids helping out around his property who would steal from him. This is the interesting part here. Let's go.
Who is committing crimes in Delphi, robbing scrap metals and things like that.
Right.
Stealing anhydrous. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm going to back it up a bit. No, this is where I start to think of people like Garrett Kurtz, the younger kids, Who
is committing crimes in Delphi, robbing scrap metals and things like that.
Right.
And he caught his own cousin or nephew on his property stealing things. And I said, well, with family like that, you don't really need him around.
Right.
And his phone rings,
You see, this is where I kind of think about Ron Logan. You know what I mean? I really think about Ron Logan here because they're found on his property. He says he walks his property often. He says he's got this little nephew or something that's fucking stealing from him all the time.
Prof.
Yeah.
That kind of goes with remember my statement? Ron Logan maintained a common nuisance that resulted in the murder of 2 young girls in Delphi, Indiana.
Yep.
It's later in the evening now. His phone rings, and it's apparently his wife. And she says, you want me to come pick you up at the train station? You could hear it. It was dead silent. All you could hear is the clickety-clack on the train in his discussion. And he says, no, I'll catch an Uber. I'll get an Uber home.
Okay.
And
So this sketch
It's
guy,
just-
this is the sketch guy you're talking about with the wife?
Yes.
Okay, so he has a wife, he's able to take an Uber. That kind of gives a little bit of classification on, his wealth or how he travels, what his life might be like.
He mentioned Horizon Trucking Transportation, and I'm telling you, miss, he looked exactly like the sketch. Not a little bit like it. He looked exactly like it. And this guy looked, I'm 6 feet, 210 pounds. I have health problems, but he looked unusually strong. Someone you would see and say, I don't want to tangle with that guy.
Now that's interesting to me.
I'm sorry. I had him over here. Ole. No, I'll eat popcorn.
It's interesting to me because he says the guy looks exactly like the old guy sketch. Exactly. And looks like he can rip your arms off. I mean, who is that?
210 pounds. I have health problems, but he looked unusually strong. Someone you would see and say, I don't want to tangle with that guy.
Yeah.
Let me play that again.
I have health problems, but he looked exactly like the sketch. Not a little bit like it. He looked exactly like it. And this guy looked, I'm 6 feet, 210 pounds.
Okay, 6 feet, 210. This guy's 6 feet, 210.
Hey, Prof, I think
Yeah.
it is fair to say that he's describing a bridge guy that is more like 5'10", 5'11", not
Okay.
5'4".
Great point, Noe. Great point. So he's describing bridge guy but not on the video. He's describing bridge guy in the sketch. He says he's 6 foot 210, and this guy scares the shit out of him.
Health problems, but he looked unusually strong. Someone you would see and say, I don't want to tangle with that guy.
Yeah.
I would say in his early 50s or late 40s.
Again, early 50s, late 40s don't really sound like Ron Logan. Really don't. Ron Logan ain't really ticking many of these boxes for me. It's a 50-50.
He didn't. I don't recall him having gray hair. He had the exact same cap on as in the sketch, and he had a hoodie on and a shirt underneath the hoodie.
And what town did he get out of?
I don't know. I got out in Toledo. I got off in Toledo, and he was heading to Indiana, the next state over. So my stop was in Toledo, and then he was going on to the next stop in Indiana.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, I tried contacting the police. They were this is right when it happened.
Okay, guys. Now back to this story. Noah, you listening?
Yes.
All right. This is where it gets interesting here, where he starts talking about he tried calling the police, they were belligerent. He tried calling the church, they were belligerent. He called the VFW, they were belligerent. Tried to get a hold of Mike Patty, it was belligerent. They don't want to hear shit. Small town cover up. So let's see.
I met, within weeks of this thing happening is when I met him. Tell you.
Okay, another key point here. He says within weeks of the murders is when this happened. So I hope everyone who's really listening, perk up your ears. He says within weeks of this thing happening is when this all happened. And he said that immediately he tries to call the police. Okay, so let's listen.
I tried contacting the police. They were this is right when it happened. I met, within weeks of this thing happening is when I met him on Amtrak.
Within weeks of the murders happening is when he met them on Amtrak. That's when this story takes place. Okay?
Okay.
And I did try contacting the local police, the sheriff's department, the state police, and I'm telling you, everybody did not want to hear this information. They were belligerent, almost to the point that made me scared to call the tip line.
Of course.
He said almost to where I was scared to call the tip line.
Nobody
Oh my
wanted to
God.
hear about this. He said,
Nobody wanted to hear this 2 weeks after the murders.
They were. This is some kind of a small town cover up.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust anybody in it.
No.
Somebody had mentioned this to me, or they made a comment online recently, a couple months ago, and I said, you know what? I'm going to reach out one more time and try to contact these guys. I tried to contact this Mike Patty. I saw on a post that that there was a VFW or something online that had done a fundraiser for these girls that he goes to. I think it was just over the line in Michigan.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how to contact him, so I called that VFW, explained it briefly, and I said, I'd like to get in touch with him with this information. Maybe the family could use it. And they said, call me. I said, let's be smart about this. They don't want to give out his phone number, is what they told me. So I said, that's fine. Contact him, and then I'll call you back in a day or so.
Right.
And then he did not want to hear the information.
Yeah, see, there's something wrong with that. There's definitely something wrong with that.
There's absolutely something wrong. And then I said, I'm going to reach out to their local church. They did a food fund drive, raiser, whatever. It was posted online. I said, I'm going to call that church, their church that did this, and see if they'll contact his families, and then we can connect some way. Well, the church, I'm telling you, this lady that answered at this church, it was so sinister. She said, well, we don't contact the families. We won't contact the families with any information. And I said, ma'am, can I just talk to your pastor and explain this to him?
wow.
He said when I called the church, they were so sinister. Oh my God. Sounds like Delphi to me.
I wonder if that was the First Methodist Church.
It's probably Adam Bridges' church over in Florida. Yeah, I don't know.
And the local church wouldn't either. And, I had a couple people online reach out and say, what trucking company and this and that. I'm telling you, I remember it just like it was yesterday. He said, Horizon Trucking Transportation. He looked exactly like this sketch.
Right. Okay.
And the unusual thing was, he said they go out as a team sometimes. So they may drive, to California or whatever. Yes. And then one would take a train, one would take a bus, another would drive something back to wherever, so that they could go out as a team and come back separately, or go separately and come back as a team.
Okay.
And I thought, what a way to have something to cover your tracks, like an employer with two bogus witnesses that said, no, I was with him here, or...
Oh, wow. He makes a great point there. Did you hear that? He says they go in a group so that they can relieve each other on the long drive. So there's three, let's say. So if they're driving one vehicle, one will drive for 6 or 8 hours. Then the other one will take over, drive for 6 or 8 hours. Then the other one take over, and they rotate like that. And then he said, what an amazing way to cover your tracks. If you got all three together, then you can all come together and say, get your story straight. Let me back that up a bit. Let's see.
Back as a team.
Okay.
And, so that they could go out as a team and come back separately, or go separately and come back as a team.
Okay.
And I thought, what a way to have something to cover your tracks, like an employer with two bogus witnesses that said, no, I was with him here, or we were over there.
That's right.
And then when, I see that they have an audio, and then the local law enforcement dices it up and takes parts out You know what I mean? They do like a tail-to-tail edit on it, so you could only hear one bit.
Yeah.
And then they, there was a couple different things like that. They've got audio, they've got video.
Yeah.
This is a small town, and I tell you, no one could change my mind that this is not a small town cover-up.
Yeah.
And
Oh my God, this guy's just nailing it on the goddamn head.
It's amazing.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
That's
said,
amazing.
Yeah, no one can change my mind that this is not a small town cover-up.
Mm-hmm.
That this is not a small town cover-up.
Yeah.
And I would be, I tell anybody who's contacted me or I've spoken with about it, be very careful talking to them. I mean, there's no telling how many people they've done this to.
Right.
How many have died? Yeah, be very careful. How many have fucking died or been killed? I mean, this guy's street smart right here. He got the street smarts.
Very careful talking to them. I mean, there's no telling how many people they've done this to.
Right.
Or maybe this is the only two kids, but you don't know. And I'm telling you, this guy.
Oh, see, I missed that. He's saying murder. He said, okay, so he said there's these two kids, but no telling how many others they've murdered. Let me back that up because I'm going to shut up so we can hear it. Let's see.
Anybody who's contacted me or I've spoken with about it, be very careful talking to them. I mean, there's no telling how many people they've done this to.
Right.
Or maybe this is the only two kids, but you don't know. And I'm telling you, this guy on the Amtrak train looked unusually strong. And I don't know why I would even say that. I just looked at him and I thought, he looks like he could tear your arms off.
All right.
So his gut instinct, right? His gut instinct is this guy, like first impression, this guy looks unusually strong. Unusually strong. That's his first instinct.
Strong. And I don't know why I would even say that. I just looked at him and I thought, he looks like he could tear your arms off.
All right, so I'm gonna go through this with I'm gonna call them suspects POIs for the moment. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask.
I think that's good. That's on the channel, you guys. If you're interested in watching that at your own leisure, it's called Train Guy in the video section. You can go watch it. I think that's enough for our second listen because she goes into some other questions about the clothing and all that. But that's the main of it. And there's more, but I don't want to say too much. But that's your whistleblower about the train guy. And train guy is bridge guy. I think Mr. Amos is occupied right now.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's pretty thought-provoking.
Well, I listened closely.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. At one part where he says he tried to reach out to Mike Patty.
The churches, the cops.
Churches,
Nobody want to hear anything. Not a damn thing. Even 2 weeks after the murders. Nope. Mm-mm. Well, you sleeping, Noe?
Sorry, no.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I think that's about it. That's about my take on it. I thought that was a interesting thing to review. I still got a little headache, to be honest with you, but
Me too, man. I've had this scratchy throat and sinus and headache for like 2 weeks. Um, it's not terrible, but it's just there and it bothers.
mhm.
But I'm all right. I still have good energy to get up and go to work, which I don't work, of course.
Well,
I'm unemployed, and
oh yeah,
what
and
else?
I'm
Criminal,
broke and
psychopath, or what is it?
yeah.
uh, let's not go there. I shouldn't be
Yeah,
going.
let's not bring it there. Let's
That's a
not bring it there because
distraction.
boy, I
Yeah.
could go nuts because you start talking about my kids, but you don't want me to talk about your kids, especially a 6-year-old. You're gonna talk about a 6-year-old and okay, I see how this goes. Kids are fair game, right? Kids are fair game. But I think, dude, I think he saw someone involved. Okay, my basic takeaway with Train Guy, he encountered
Everybody, welcome the choo choo train.
some of the other actors. He encountered some of the killers. Listen, who else would have had knowledge of the? Who would have had knowledge of the crime scene the way that he had knowledge of the crime scene 2 weeks after the murders or so, 2 or 3 weeks? He knew about the sticks on the bodies. He knew they were brutally murdered. He knew they were posed. He knew about a recording on the phone. So, yeah, if you got tips, email them. Email them. I think we're about done. Noe's beat. I have a headache. I think it was a good weekend review. Okay, this was our weekend review. Trying to clarify for everybody in the chat and all the viewers, because you're going to see nothing but insanity out here, especially as we get nearer and nearer to the oral arguments, right? The nearer and nearer we get to that, the crazier and crazier and crazier it's going to become because they're going to ratchet all this shit up as distraction. So we're going to be not distracted, and we're going to keep pushing forward. And I will still be in control of all the Timu Cranks Twitters because all I got to do is make a post, and I therefore am posting on their Twitters because they knee jerk react to every single word I ever say. So yeah, Timu Cranks, I'll be posting on your accounts tomorrow. Trust me. All right.
Okay, Prof. Well, I'm gonna take you out with a verse and a chorus.
Sounds good.
Riches take you to the other side. Back when you're feeling fine. After hours when the night meets dark. From a brighter dawn. Sometimes life will change forever when you come across the other side. Thank you and good night. I know it's gonna sound like shit on the live stream, but oh well. It is what it is. I'm out, bro.
All right. Good night. No amos, y'all.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And tell Mr. Bond hello. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That guy's
Yeah.
a genius. He's brilliant.
Brilliant. Just
Brilliant.
brilliant.
Brilliant individual. And
Oh,
gets
oh,
great footage and photography.
and it is just right to announce that see you at Bacon Fest. Good night.
All the hogs at Bacon Fest. All right. All right, guys. Well, that's it for me too. I have a headache and I can't take it no more. So we're out of here. God bless and hide your kids. Hide your wives.
Freedom of speech is a First Amendment right for American citizens. That doesn't mean you're free of consequences.
Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Been waiting so patient, I'm going places, can't fake it. My heart is so cold, my energy is contagious. All the pain, I can't take it. I'm saying grounded and grateful, cause I know everything that I've been through only made me. Count my blessings daily, yeah, they've been acting shady, but I don't take it personal, the memory's fading. I'm enjoying the moment, I've been sawing the roses, taking time to reflect, stepping back, the truth unfolding, unfolding. Nothing to prove, cause I'm not the blow. I've been in the booth, speaking through my soul. You know that I'm true, either way it go, way it go. Either way it goes, I cannot turn close, staying alone. I've been protecting my soul. If your intentions are not pure, I can't let you get too close, cause I'm vibrating high. Ain't got time for your ego, these niggas quit to turn me back. Acting like the amigos, he never cared in the shows. Wasn't with you at your lows, assuming that you gonna fold. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go. And I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know. Hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure. Me good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes, only good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes, only good vibes. Can't lie. Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. See the sunshine for my enemies, I'm the enemy. I got myself in my purpose. You probably come to the surface.
Well, obviously we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's slamming in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape you. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
Good vibes, good vibes, only good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes.
Freedom of speech is a First Amendment right for American citizens. That doesn't mean you're free of consequences.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Well, obviously we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.